I would like to welcome everyone to the June 24th, 2021 work session of the Henrico County School Board. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Before we approve the agenda, I just want to make a note that all persons are present from the board. Ms. Atkins is on the way and she shall be here shortly. And we're going to begin. Board members, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Shea. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Kinsella. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the ayes have it. The agenda is approved. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It is now my pleasure to introduce the students who will be leading us in our pledge today to get our meeting kicked off. And so we're actually going to have the pleasure of hearing from the students later as they are representing our equity ambassadors today and will be co-presenting an agenda item. So I'd ask that our students go ahead and come forward to the center and that we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. That'll be followed by a moment of silence that may be used for those in attendance for prayer or reflection. All right, and we'll begin with the pledge. Students, kick us off when you are ready. Standing again for a moment of silence, which may be used for personal reflection, prayer, or meditation. And that concludes our moment of silence. You may be seated. Students, thank you so much for leading us in the pledge, and we look forward to hearing from you later in the meeting. Mr. Chairman, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Superintendent. The next item on the agenda is a closed session for discussion of matters covered on items A1 of Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia as amended pertaining to the assignment, appointment, performance, salaries, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees, including the evaluation of the superintendent. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Been moved by Mrs. Ogburn. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Shea. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We are now in closed session. Board members, the next item on the agenda is the certification of closed session. Is there a motion to certify closed session?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Kinsella. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded by Mrs. Ogburn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The closed session is certified. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the next item, I am so pleased that we have a recognition of our class of 2021. So you know we had a wonderful week celebrating our seniors of 2021 at 11 graduations earlier this month. So if you'll direct your attention to the screen, it is my pleasure to present highlights from all of our ceremonies.
Good morning, Freeman families.
This evening, we have assembled for our 69th,
57th, our 115th commencement exercises.
Welcome and thank you everyone for being here to celebrate.
We know that our students could not have gotten to this point without your support.
To the class of 2021.
It has been quite a journey to get here.
Job well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the processional of
Class of 2021.
After the craziest past 15 months, I'm so thankful for the chance for us all to be together again.
This year wasn't easy, but we must not dwell in our nightmares, but live out our dreams.
Through our difficulties, we've been forced to find strength in ourselves and in those around us, because at times, it's been seemingly impossible to find it elsewhere.
It is amazing that we're all graduating here today, and I'm genuinely so proud of all of us.
In my experience, this is the place where the journey to fulfill your dream and career begins.
Get out there, set goals for yourself, get out of your comfort zone, and don't be afraid to fail.
I can say with certainty that none of us expected this unique and hectic senior year, but we, the class of 2021, persevered through these new and challenging conditions.
We turned stumbling blocks into stepping stones and transcended limitations.
After we leave this day, know that we are the faces of America and can make change in the future.
I think we should look at it in a positive way. Let it motivate you to be your best in the future. Wherever life takes you, let the fact that you cannot turn back push you forward.
And with that, I would like to say congratulations to the class 2021. We did it.
Will the candidates for graduation please stand?
We had to do the same thing. They don't know to
By the
stand.
virtue of the authority vested in me by the Commonwealth of Virginia,
the Henrico County School Board, and on the recommendation
of the faculty and administration,
I declare these candidates of Douglas Freeman High School,
of Highland Springs High School, of Hermitage High School,
of Glen Allen High School graduates, graduates, graduates,
with all rights, privileges, and responsibilities
appertaining thereto. Graduates,
Please turn your tassels.
Please join me in congratulating the class of 2021.
All right, congratulations again to our class of 2021. All right, for the next item, I'm recommending that the school board approve the appointment of administrative personnel.
Thank you so much, Madam Superintendent. Is there a motion to approve the appointment of administrative personnel?
So moved.
Been moved by Mrs. Atkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Kinsella. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The appointments are approved. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. The board has just approved Talisa Meeks, Assistant Principal, Elko Middle School, Adrian Harris, Assistant Principal, Glen Allen High School, Corbin Franklin, Associate Principal, Rivers Edge Elementary School, Catherine Smith, Director of Exceptional Education, Amy Johnson, Student Support and Wellness Specialist, and Wendy Reyes, HR Specialist. For the next item, I am seeking the board's approval of our hearing officers for employee grievances for the 2021-2020 school year.
Is there a motion to approve the hearing officers for employee grievances for the 2021-2022 school year?
So moved.
Been moved by Mrs. Ogburn. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Kinsella. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The hearing officers are approved.
Thank you. Our hearing officers will be Sally Andrews and Jean Braxton. Next, I'm recommending the school board recognize 4 Teacher Scholar recipients as part of our Teacher Scholars program for high school seniors. And Mrs. Bolden, there you are. Sorry, I couldn't see you. I was about to announce you. Mrs. Bolden is coming forth for that item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Dr. Cashwell. One of our strategic goals is to recruit, retain, and reward educators who nurture the whole child. In relation to that goal today, I would like to highlight one of our Grow Your Own initiatives, the HCPS Teacher Scholars Program. In 2015, The Teacher Scholars Program was implemented to address staffing needs and the increasing demand for highly qualified teachers in critical shortage areas, such as foreign languages, mathematics, exceptional education, the sciences, and technology education. The program is marketed to our students through a variety of mechanisms, to include the Teach for Tomorrow program in our schools, the Specialty Center of Education and Human Development at Glen Allen High School, alternative programs such as AVR through school counselors, and social media platforms. To date, 10 HCPS students have been hired as division teachers, with more in the pipeline. From the Henrico graduating class of 2021, 4 high school seniors have been accepted into the Teacher Scholars Program. Upon completion of college requirements and licensure, we will welcome them back to teach the next generation of Henrico students. Addressing the retain and reward aspects of our strategic goal, these scholars will also receive a $5,000 signing bonus, which is contingent upon a 3-year teaching commitment to the school division. And now it's my pleasure to share the names of our 2021 class of teacher scholars. From Deep Run High School, Kyla Gentry. From Glen Allen High School, Alexandra Brandenberger. From Tucker High School, Hannah Brown. And from Varina High School, Angelina Hicks. I would like to thank Andy Jinks and his communications department who helped us capture our scholar notifications on film, and to share those moments with you at this time.
We are here to share with you that you have been selected as one of the recipients into the Teacher Scholars Program. That's awesome. Yay!
Thank you.
And we cannot wait to welcome you back as a teacher in our school division. We've got your mom here. Congratulations, Hannah. First time teacher and student are meeting? Yes.
I know.
That's my girl. Yay, I'm so proud of you. I knew you could do it. All that hard work.
Congratulations to our newest teacher scholars, and thank you, school board members and Dr. Cashwell, for your support of this program.
Thank you, Mrs. Bolden, and I can't say how proud we are of our teacher scholars, and we are certainly anxious to welcome these future educators back to Henrico County Public Schools in the future. Thank you. For the next item, I am pleased that we will be hearing a presentation related to our Equity Ambassador Program, and we're so grateful that Dr. Manns will be presenting along with students who are part of that Equity Ambassador Program, and of course they are on summertime, so they are incredibly generous to be here with us this afternoon to share their perspectives. I know this board values student voice tremendously, as do I, and so hearing directly from our students is so important to us. And so we welcome them all here, and I'm going to turn it over to them to begin the presentation.
Hi, I'm Paige Barron, and I'm an Equity Ambassador from Glen Allen High School. Before we begin, in honor of the centuries-old tradition of many Native and Indigenous peoples, we gratefully acknowledge the Native peoples on whose ancestral homelands we gather, as well as the diverse and vibrant Native communities who make their home here today. More specifically, as we gather in the area of Highland Springs, Virginia, we recognize the Native inhabitants, leaders, families, students, and teachers of this land, the Chickahominy and Powhatan peoples. Good afternoon, school board members and Superintendent Cashwell. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jaden Win Vong, and I have had the privilege of being the executive representative of Glen Allen High School this year. From its inception, the Equity Ambassador Program was designed to create a safe place for students across the school district to discuss current issues impacting our school communities, while providing them with knowledge and leadership skills to assist them as they work to promote equity and diversity efforts in their school community. It has always been our mission to create a safe, open space for students to feel seen and heard. All students are allowed to apply, but we ask that the sponsors intentionally identify students to ensure a variety of diversity and representation. This work is in alignment with our cornerstones of equity and opportunity, as well as safety and wellness. In addition, the Equity Ambassadors Program was identified as one of the 2021 National Association of Counties Achievement Award winners.
Good afternoon. My name is Kashif Ahmed, and I am the Executive Equity Ambassador of Deep Run High School, arguably the school with the most spirit. So today we'd like to start off our presentation with a quote from the first African-American Supreme Court Justice, Thurgood Marshall. "When you see wrong or inequality or injustice, speak out. Because this is your country. This is your democracy. Make it, protect it, pass it on." And that's exactly what we want with Equity Ambassadors. We want all students to be at the forefront of social change. We want all students to be ambassadors of truth and justice. And we want all students to live the legacy of Thurgood Marshall, the same legacy that he integrated into the foundation of our country. We want all Equity Ambassadors to start using their voices and then turn to their hands so that they can change any injustice they see themselves. And by sowing the seeds of activism and resilience at such an early age, we want all students to make sure that Henrico County becomes a more meaningful and impactful home for all students.
Hi everyone, my name is Nishka Malhotra and I'm an Equity Ambassador at Deep Run High School. The Equity Ambassador Program, despite being virtual, implemented numerous programs that focused on developing the leadership skills of students and fostering a more inclusive and accepting community. All Equity Ambassadors across all high schools had to complete leadership modules to examine terminology relating to equity and inclusivity, and were trained to self-evaluate bias and perceptions. In addition, we were trained to facilitate conversations about social issues and were introduced to the importance of cultural responsiveness and allowing voices, especially underrepresented voices, to be heard. Our Equity Ambassadors participated in self-paced activity modules on their roles as student equity leaders, specifically regarding common language, cultural responsiveness, and servant leadership. Students learned about essential equity terminology, and there was an intentional focus on distinguishing words that are commonly confused with one another, such as equality and equity. These leadership modules were completed on an all-site-based level per school, and each school group participated in meaningful discussions regarding the content. One of our level program opportunities included the creation of cultural awareness videos. This was in response to students expressing a desire to have an opportunity to develop broader cultural and ethnic awareness. Students voluntarily assisted with designing cultural awareness videos as part of our Student Professional Development Series. The student project, I Am Somebody, demonstrates a scenario in which students participate articulating language to address an inequity experience while at school. All videos will be posted on the Equity Ambassadors YouTube program.
Hello, my name is Saita Brolu, and I'm the executive representative from Henrico High School. I'll be talking a little bit about our Language Navigators program as well as our curriculum creation. So in response to requests from students and families for easier access for information, our Language Navigators have produced videos in their native languages to explain vital HCPS information for families in our immigrant communities. Some examples include a how-to video on completing RICOR forms and COVID-19 forms. And lastly, for the curriculum creation, students pose the idea of having a course offered at high school level that would offer a global view of cultural backgrounds to address concerns about representation and belonging. Students were given an opportunity to explore and articulate their own historical connections, and then they came to understand how to conceptualize, collaborate, and produce curriculum. For a final activity, students created a sample lesson to demonstrate their interpretation of an ethnic studies course experience. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elena Rastegar, and I'm the executive representative from Godwin High School. To maintain an Equity Ambassador charter at our schools, each group is expected to facilitate 2 activities that respond to a concern about inequity or an issue of inclusivity. We identify the area of concern based on student qualitative data and school-wide quantitative data. Due to schools being virtual for most of the year, the school-based Equity Ambassador group was only asked to complete 1 activity, but many of our schools did more than required.
At Deep Run, Equity Ambassadors has manifested in a multitude of ways, and for one, we started our own Instagram page where we post various cultural, ethnic, and racial events that are going around the world, really, to make sure that our students are informed about current events and they're informed citizens of the world. Second, we recently started releasing editorials about how our progress has been throughout the months. And in those newsletters, we're telling the community about guest speaker opportunities, community service opportunities, and the progress we've made as Equity Ambassadors, but also to showcase the future of Equity Ambassadors in the coming months. And lastly, our most notable triumph through this whole year of coronavirus, I think, is that we started a program called Uncomfortable Conversations. And this is where we are inviting minority leaders throughout Henrico County to have sensitive yet open conversations about questions you may not be asking someone on a daily basis, so that we can truly see how it feels to be a minority living in the United States.
Hi, my name is Gianna Young, and I was this past year's executive representative from Douglas Freeman High School. This year, I'm proud to announce we held our 3rd annual Freeman Family and Culture Day, and the first virtual Culture Day given the circumstances of this past year. Our interpretation of a Culture Day is a day that we devote to celebrate the diversity of cultures and backgrounds that we have in our Freeman community. I remember the first year of Equity Ambassadors, my sophomore year, our group was brainstorming ideas after we were tasked with creating an equity event by our very own Dr. Manns, and we came up with Culture Day, and it stuck. Students volunteer to be involved, whether as a presenter or performer, or on the logistics side. A fun fact I've learned while involved in Equity Ambassadors is that the Freeman community has over 40 languages represented, which is why this year, one of the topics that we chose for this year's Culture Day is language. As you can see, the bottom middle slide is a photo of one of our students teaching a Basics Arabic 101 lesson. But I found that Culture Day gives students a voice to share the unique aspects of their culture, and it allows our community to come together in a more meaningful and personal way.
In order to connect our student body and faculty with varying perspectives from the community, we invited several guest speakers to Glen Allen High School virtually, representing educational institutions and companies that focus on advocacy to speak. Some examples include Studio 2-3, an art center located in Scott's Addition in Richmond that offers classes, workshops, and other programs which revolve around representing social activism in art. The Market at 25th is a local grocery store in Church Hill, Virginia, that combats food scarcity and food deserts. Their mission is to provide healthy and accessible foods to marginalized and lower-income communities and break the stigmas of shopping in historically red-line neighborhoods. In addition, we also invited guest speakers from Virginia Commonwealth University to speak about anti-racism, a speaker from the Virginia Holocaust Museum, and other speakers who discussed the history of Monument Avenue and the development of the city of Richmond. Also, the Equity Ambassadors co-sponsored the Read Woke Challenge to promote the reading of underrepresented voices, which both faculty and students could participate in. For example, in Asian Culture Club, we read The Best We Could Do, a visual comic by T. Bui, which chronicled a young Vietnamese family's experience during the Vietnam War, their escape from Vietnam, and emigration to the United States. By inviting guest speakers to discuss anti-racism and encouraging our students and staff to explore diverse literature, our school community is exposed to a spectrum of human experiences from different backgrounds, fostering a better sense of cultural responsiveness and understanding.
Hello again. This year at Henrico High, our goal was to engage the various student groups on campus in our equity initiatives. So with this mission in mind, our group founded the Henrico Times Equity Newsletter, which is aiming to bridge the gap between student groups. This newsletter features an article contribution from our school's Black Student Union, a shout out to an equity ambassador who embodies the spirit of this program, as well as resources for students who want to learn more about what it means to be anti-racist. There are actually copies available on this table behind me for anyone in the audience and the board who wants to read it. Furthermore, we worked with our Student Advisory Council to conduct a student equity survey about how students feel about the equity initiatives of Henrico High School. We then use this data to guide our further initiatives. In order to provide students a safe space to discuss current events, cultural bias, and racism, we hosted a Talk It Out event. And lastly, we ended the year with a student workshop in collaboration with the Virginia Center for Inclusive Communities, or VCIC. Members from VCIC guided students through activities that taught us about the cycle of prejudice and leadership skills. Thank you.
Unfortunately, our representative from the Highland Springs ACE Center wasn't able to make it today, so I'm going to be filling in for her. The Highland Springs ACE Center Equity Ambassadors hosted a student-led equity self-care event where faculty, staff, and students completed fun activities in the promotion of self-care. These activities consisted of virtual trivia and a virtual escape room. The purpose of this event was to bring all students together and to have something that teachers could use for years to come. It was also used to show the way that society views mental health and for students to hear from multiple perspectives, especially during the pandemic. This event provided resources for students and staff to use if they need assistance or more information regarding mental health issues.
At Millsy Godwin High School, our Equity Ambassadors team chose to create the Eagles Care social media account not only for diversity recognition, but also to expand our chapter and its mission to students across the school. Through our account, we aim to create an inclusive community to spread awareness, acknowledge diversity, and promote equity. Thus far, we have created posts recognizing notable African American individuals and women who have made significant contributions to our community. In the following years, we are planning to expand upon this program by educating our audience regarding equity-related issues and providing a platform for them to speak out about issues of their concern. Due to its virtual setting, this year, an equity club was requested in the Godwin community more than any other year to not only provide a safe and trusting environment for students to be able to express their concerns and opinions, but also to provide an opportunity for ESL students to thrive in an online platform with the assistance of student tutors. Through the Equity Club, we encourage students to participate in daring discourse to address and seek solutions to a variety of issues, including subjects such as mental health and mental health awareness and racial justice together.
Hi, my name is Jack Lacey, and I'm a recently graduated senior and executive representative from J.R. Tucker High School. One of the biggest issues that we have at Tucker High School is self-separation on the basis of center, class, and a range of various student and faculty backgrounds. As one of the most diverse high schools in the county and the 21st most diverse high school in the nation, this student-led forum connects students across Tucker to share opportunities and resources for post-secondary exploration into college or the workforce. This forum is housed on the Tucker Schoology page and is accessible to thousands of students and teachers from all grade levels. There are discussion boards as well as resource folders for a range of different areas of studies and employment opportunities ranging from agriculture and natural resources conservation to repair, production, and construction. These discussion boards are accessible to all members of the Schoology group, where students can ask and answer each other's questions. These boards are moderated and kept running by the Equity Ambassadors to form a virtual community of Tucker students. The need for this forum was voiced throughout this year's virtual learning from Tucker students, as many reported a lack of resources and accommodations provided to them online. This year's students faced major burnout and hopelessness. However, the accomplishments showcased to you today show that students want to take the initiative and create change regardless of the circumstances. In the Equity Ambassadors program, students learn, discuss, and practice dismantling the systemic socioeconomic and racial barriers within their schools. My hope for the future of this program is that students will be able to create larger scale versions of the projects seen today so that the next generations of empowered students have the opportunity to work collaboratively with the school board on creating effective change towards a more equitable, diverse, and inclusive Henrico County Public Schools. Thank you. We will now be taking any questions.
Dr. Mans, did you want to add anything? Okay, this is a perfect example of for students by students, and so I want to thank you all again before we turn it over to the board for questions and comments. And I also want to thank Dr. Mans for her leadership of this effort. It's extraordinary, extraordinary young people, and extraordinary leader before you, and so board members all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cashwell. So, Dr. Mans, is the format that we ask you questions or the ambassadors? How do you want to proceed?
Either one. However they're prepared.
Okay, so we can direct questions either to you or to them.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Well, we're going to start with Ms. Shea.
Hi, I wasn't expecting to start with me. Good afternoon. We're so glad that y'all are here to share. And the one thing that it really just resounded as y'all were talking is how articulate each one of you are and how passionate you are. And we want that for all of our students, to be able to engage in something they're passionate about, engage their community in those discussions, and be articulate. And so thank you for being here to do that. I made lots of notes about the amazing things y'all were doing. I went ahead and gave Eagles Care a follow since Godwin's one of my schools, and I appreciated both the representatives from Freeman and Tucker pointing out truly how diverse those schools are, and over in my neck of the woods. So I just have actually one specific question, if that's okay, for Mr. Lacey, who talked a little bit about having a school-wide forum on Schoology. And I'm just interested on kind of the moderating of that. Did you find the moderating of the forum to be challenging?
Right. So the participation of the forum has been mainly done by students. So I was trying to get student equity ambassadors to moderate it and go through the forums and answer people's questions, and also add any resources that they had, because I know a lot of senior equity ambassadors that had just graduated had their own experiences that they could share with the Tucker community. So I went in there and included some helpful hints and things that I did in my time as a high schooler on my journey to college. So that's kind of what I based it off of, so that any students help each other.
That's awesome. And so did you find the response to the forum to be largely positive? I know in social media. Sometimes people say a lot of things behind a screen that they may not live. And so did you find the tone of the forum to be respectful amongst students?
I think so. I mean, I think this is something that was needed, especially because this year is mainly virtual for students. They were comfortable communicating with each other on a virtual platform. And through this forum, though, it can be used like throughout the years for them to continue communicating with each other.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. I love to hear that. Sometimes social media can be a tough place, and Schoology is kind of like our own version of social media. And so I love to hear that it was such a positive experience as we look at, as y'all were saying, how to adapt some of the wins that have really resounded within your communities at other schools. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you, Ms. Shea. Ms. Atkins.
So, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. When, as each of you had your moment to share, I had these other thoughts, and they were just integrating with each other, just weaving back and forth as each of you spoke. And, what you've accomplished and how you presented yourselves today, it just makes me smile. You can't see it, but I want you to know that it's there. My eyes are small, so you won't be able to see it in my smiles either from there. So I want to verbally tell you that it is there. I think that I'm already amazed at what you will accomplish in the future in this space because of what you've already done. And it takes courage, it takes persistence, and given the last 4 years, just some sheer grit and speaking up and making a difference in your schools for students that may not even know your name. And that's bravery. And I just wanted to make sure that I shared that with you. I also think as you continue to strive for inclusivity and for equality and equity, for yourselves and for students, know that it matters all the time. And that's why you're doing the work that you're doing. And you're doing it gracefully, respectfully, and it's impactful and it's purposeful. And I could go on, but I will not. I just want you to know how proud I am of you and the many students and your friends that you've worked with as well. I know there are many and they are not here. So if you could tell them that Mrs. Atkins said that she was proud of you as well, I would appreciate that. And I'll close with John Lewis, who said, when you see something that is not right, that's not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. You have to do something. And guess what? You are doing just that. So you are fulfilling his wishes as well. Wishes of the past, wishes of the present, and I already know wishes of the future. I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work. Thank you for being here today.
Ms. Kinsella.
Yes, I would, all of my colleagues, I think we appreciate not only you being here today, but the work that you've done even amidst a pandemic that helps move us forward. Because even when you're not here speaking with us, sharing what you're doing, you're sharing it with Dr. Manns or within your buildings, and it makes its way back to us. But since I have you here, I'd like to take the opportunity to express that this board, this administration is listening. And we just appreciate everything that you're doing, have done, will do, and that we do want to hear from you. Our whys, our students, and as many educators often, and parents, or probably anyone that's been around children, all we have to do is ask the children, or the students in this case, and they'll let us know exactly what we need to do. So we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsella. Mrs. Ogren.
Thank you. I wanted to, if you could pick a slide, it doesn't matter. The fact that you guys shared what you're doing in your individual schools, I was so appreciative of seeing the work on the ground that you're doing. And, but I think in every instance, it was work of unity, of bringing people together, not dividing, which is what I think is a lesson for all people to look at. Any kind of advocacy is to bring people together. And that's so important. But I also was really pleased to see that you're working with the Virginia Center for Inclusive Communities. So you pick whoever you want. I'm curious how you're using that group, how they're helping you and supporting some of the work that you're doing, because I've been to a number of their sessions over the years with parents. I'm curious how they help you.
Yeah, so we actually, our equity coordinator is fantastic, and she was able to get some of their members to work with us, some of the equity ambassadors of Henrico High School, on a workshop. And basically, they just kind of told us about the cycle of prejudice and how what we're doing is contributing to equality and justice in our schools. And they just really wanted to make sure that we had the necessary tools to continue our work. So I'm really thankful for that opportunity. And they gave us some really good resources about our leadership skills and how we can utilize that in group situations and how we can use that to create more equity in our schools. So yeah.
That's great. Great. They're great partners.
They are.
I want to add on. So I want to add on to that to say that normally during a regular school year that isn't virtual, we meet as a group with a select number of equity ambassadors 4 times a year, and VCIC normally sponsors at least one of those events. So they've been a partner with us from day one, and we bring them in. So, and the students meet cross-district. It's really important that the students from all the schools get to come together and have these conversations, this daring dialogue about whatever the focus area is of that year. So that's a partnership that will continue.
They are great partners. And one thing I have had the benefit of as a board member is to sit in with parents who are working with VCIC. And what I would love to see, I don't know if y'all ever did this, was bringing parents and students together to have those important conversations. I don't think those happen enough. Oftentimes it's in silos where parents, talk to each other. But, getting that parent-student communication going too in this realm, because I think so often parents, they don't see their kids as advocates. They don't see their kids as having really an understanding of a lot of, meaty topics. And it's good for parents to get in those conversations with their kids so that, maybe you can find some common ground that you didn't even know you had. So, but anyway, I think that's great y'all using them as partners. But thank you for the work that you're doing and continue. I know you will be glad for the fall when we don't do this anymore. But anyway, thank y'all for being here.
Well, I echo, too, the comments and sentiments of my peers. So this is a quick question for each of you, right? So I want each of you to answer this question. I want you to speak quickly to your vision for the program as an equity ambassador, and what would you like to see the school division or for your individual school? If you could just ponder that for a moment, marinate on it. Just your vision. As you are the equity ambassadors, we know we have our universal vision. But you all have a unique perspective in that you are in a different context and a different, environment. So I just love to see. So anyone go first. You have to go down the line.
Hi again, my name is Jaden, and I'm the executive representative from Glen Allen High School. And although it was extremely difficult to implement these programs virtually, I still feel that there can a lot more initiatives being done at Glen Allen High School in the future, particularly the communication from staff and faculty members to students, because a lot of students experience things that are inappropriate and unjust, and they don't really have a way to communicate that to staff. So I feel like there should be a more open, advisory council that students can go to communicate to staff, and also to kind of figure out how do we talk about these issues and where do we go about it. So that's definitely a plan that I can see being implemented at Glen Allen High School. And also for issues such as equitable access to testing and to clubs and practices. Not a lot of students have transportation to and from practices, to clubs, and that's a really enriching part of your high school experience. So how can we bridge that gap, and also how can we make standardized testing, free lunches, access to AP exams and other critical components of higher education, how can we make that more accessible? And so creating those spaces for student communication and also for more equitable access is a really important part of our future, and I can definitely see that being worked at Glen Allen High School. Thank you.
So much. Don't y'all all rush to that mic now.
Hello, this is Kashif from Deep Run High School. One thing, at Deep Run I see is we have a lot of platforms to do work in equity. So Deep Run has a minority student union. They also have a very strong chapter of equity ambassadors. And then parallel to that, we have a strong speech and debate team that works very closely with all two of those. So we have three groups, but I would really like to see them unified together, working together, because in this virtual world, it was hard for them all to communicate with each other and stay connected, and it sort of became three different entities working on three different projects. So I want to make sure that the next coming school year, that we are able to work together, stay unified in the one main goal of equity ambassadors. But at the same time, one issue I've seen at Deep Run is we've sort of turned the equity issue, and I'm sure this is across really the globe, that this idea of equity is being turned into a lecture, that it's being turned into this idea of we speak about it and we just listen. And it's not something that we have an open conversation about. And like at Deep Run, we started uncomfortable conversations where we're having these open conversations with teachers, students, and everybody across the county because it's open. That, we're speaking about racial issues, religious and sensitive issues that, students and parents may not talk about. So these types of issues that I feel should be open and should be really cooperative and not just one person talking about it and it's just a one-to-one conversation. Really, it should be something that's completely open that everybody could have an opinion about and everybody else could give a statement about, rather than one person sort of giving it as just a math lecture. And go Wildcats.
Thank you. Awesome. Yep. Awesome.
Hi, I'm Jack Lacey from Tucker High School again. And I think that what we really need as a program is more direct communication and collaboration with the administration and school board directly, because most of the initiatives done this year were done within the school specifically and addressing, like Ms. Ogburn said and many of you, the problem of unity in our schools. And I think we're barely scratching the surface of systemic issues within our county and our schools specifically. So if we can work directly with the school board and actually try to bring together the two ends of the county, the east and west end, in our socioeconomic and racial inequities, it would really, put our mission of equity ambassadors to work, because right now we're just actively doing things in our own schools and where we could actually do things as a whole county.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hi, I'm the representative from Mills Godwin High School. And the two things I want to focus on next year as an equity ambassador representative is focusing on providing equal opportunities for ESL students. Those are students that have the English as their second language. And especially this year virtually, it's been very difficult for them. I have been an ESL student once, and I know that I can imagine how hard it is for them to learn another language in a virtual setting, because you don't get to participate and you're not forced to speak, so you don't really learn the language as much. And I've seen through tutoring how difficult it is for them. So I definitely want to focus on them next year, so we can provide excessive amount of opportunities for them, tutoring and everything. In addition, we created the Equity Club this year, and it was welcomed with such a positive attitude, and everyone was so happy to have a platform to speak about mental health. Or our very recent meeting was about the hate towards Asian Americans due to the pandemic. And A lot of students got emotional speaking about it, and it just inspired me to continue it and not only just listen to students, but also take what I hear from the students and try to implement changes at Godwin or our community in general. So those are my two visions for next year.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jana Young from Freeman High School, and I want to second something Jack said about working more cross-county. I think that's something that we definitely could work on and develop a relationship. And of course, this year was different because usually we do have our cross-county meetings with equity ambassadors, but the virtual setting turned everything upside down. And also at Freeman, we have similarly to Deep Run, lots of clubs that work together and have a similar mission with equity ambassadors, like our Black Student Union and our club OLA, our Latinx Student Association, and we have more coming. And we did collaborate some this year, but I would like to continue that. And I also would like us to have a closer relationship with the board, because I think sometimes we recognize the issues, but we're not sure, how much can we do as students? And I think a closer relationship would develop, would help us achieve our goals. Something that comes up almost every year is our issue with the cafeteria and how it's like self-segregated, and the way Freeman is built and the renovations and everything. You have one cafeteria with students who buy lunch and more students of color, and you have a section the opposite of that. And this issue is brought up every year, and we're like, how do we, we can't just take down a wall. It's just a group of students. But I think a closer relationship would help us achieve all these goals that brilliant students that I've had the chance of knowing and meeting and working with bring these ideas to life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Sai from Henrico. I believe I'm the last one to speak. So at Henrico, my goal, and I think the rest of the Equity Ambassador's goal, is to kind of bridge that gap between all the student groups at Henrico. As you all may know, we have the International Baccalaureate Program, we have the Center for the Arts, and we have our zone programs, honors, AP classes, all of that. And while that gives us a lot of opportunities in terms of like diversity academically and in terms of like extracurriculars, there's also a divide, especially in our clubs like Model UN are very, very driven by a certain group of students, and there are other clubs that kind of are run by another group. So our goal, or at least my goal, is to kind of bridge that gap and get more people involved, because I believe that clubs are stronger with academic diversity as well as racial diversity and cultural diversity. So so trying to bring that to club fairs next year, trying to bring more people of different academic backgrounds, and just like continue our initiatives that were kind of stopped by COVID-19. So we had this clothes closet, which was like a business attire closet, which was called Dress for Success. That was the point of that, was to allow students who didn't have access to business casual attire a place to get that. So that'd be run through like thrift stores and donations and things like that. And that was put at a halt because of the pandemic. So really get that started up again. Just make sure that students are given the opportunities and resources they need to be part of that academic setting. So that's a little bit about Henrico. Thank you.
So much, yes.
Hi, I'm Paige Barron. I'm also from Glen Allen, and I'm a rising junior, so this was my first year as an actual member of Equity Ambassadors, so I'm really still learning, and it was a great experience for me. I think Jaden covered a lot of good ideas for change at Glen Allen, but one thing I was able to participate in this year was, I think it was mentioned earlier in the presentation, the Ethnic Studies course design. And in that, I engaged with a couple other students from different schools, and we were able to create sample lessons for a possible Ethnic Studies course that might be implemented later in time in Henrico. And it was just a really great experience to kind of be able to speak up and say, like, I haven't been learning this in school, and I think it should definitely be integrated as a part of curriculum, and kind of just continue for students by student kind of opportunities that students can participate in to really take charge of what they're learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I want to again thank you all for your feedback, because each one of my peers and myself included, we care about your voices, we care about your perspective and opinions, and we are so thankful and grateful that you all are representing our equity ambassadors in our schools. So thank you so much. Dr. Mans, anything else you want to say?
I do want to make sure I say they did an amazing job. I really can't say anything more. But I think it's important to note that we had over 279 applicants for equity ambassadors this year. So as much as these are amazing individuals are here, we had so many applicants, and some of them, did varied levels, right? Because COVID was hard. But it was just, I cannot express how proud I am of them. And how proud I am of the ones who are not here with us. So I just want to make sure I shout them out, because not all of them are here, but they did do the work that was asked of them, and they just beyond my expectations. So that's how I end.
Thank you all. Dr. Castro.
Thank you once more. We really appreciate your efforts. And for those of you who are graduating and moving on, we're wishing you the very best and look forward to continuing. The board and the administration look forward to continuing to work with the Equity Ambassador team. Thank you for your feedback and your outstanding presentation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, for our next item, we have our Health Committee update, and I know that has been a fixture for, it seems like, as long as we can remember, but we are making our way to the end of the time we'll be having regular updates from the Health Committee, though their work continues. So Dr. Teigen.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Cooper, members of the board, and Dr. Cashwell. This will be the final HCPS Health Committee update for the 2020-21 school year. And throughout the year, metrics and the guidance has changed multiple times. The one thing that has not wavered is our commitment to the health and safety of our students, and your commitment to that same thing. As such, the Health Committee continues to monitor the following at each Health Committee meeting. The most recent data related to the community transmission and the secondary criteria, the availability of vaccines within our community, the current staffing levels within school health across our schools, and the impact of any changes in data or guidance. Let's begin with a look at the current core indicators as well as the secondary criteria. Since May 27th, the total number of new cases per 100,000 persons within the last 7 days has decreased from 38.27 to, as of yesterday, 25.82. This means Henrico's current transmission level for new cases is moderate. That makes me sad. Last week, if I had stood here, we would have been low. At the same time, the percentage of PCR tests that were positive during the last 7 days has decreased from 2.1% a month ago to 0.8% yesterday. This keeps Henrico at the low transmission level for this indicator. Thus, we know that overall, the community transmission level is now at the moderate level. Last week, we were in a different place. But I will tell you, as a school division and as a community, if we keep focused on the health and safety, we know we will get back down to the low level. The committee also reviewed the data related to the second criteria, and the transmission within school, student absenteeism, and staff capacity remained at a low level of impact for schools. So truly, we are in a good place, and we're getting in a better place every day. And at this point, I'll let Ms. Gilbert provide an update on vaccinations and staffing.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cooper, members of the board, Dr. Cashwell. Again, yay. We have made some huge strides in relations to how we have managed this pandemic, and I can't tell you how proud I am not only of my team, but the entire Henrico County school team. It's just been outstanding this year. And while those strides have been made, we're not quite at the end yet, so we still have a ways to go. As Dr. Tigan was saying, we did slip from that low back up a little bit, so we want to encourage everybody to continue to stay focused and do all those good preventive strategies. And with that, I'd like to talk to you about our community access today for both testing and vaccinations. These continue to be readily available in our community. These can be found at our local pharmacies, physician offices, and ongoing vaccination events put on by VDH. We continue to be able to vaccinate those that are 12 years of age and older. That's with their Pfizer vaccine for our 12 to 17-year-olds. And I have some really good news about that. We have partnered up with Richmond Henrico Health Department, and we are looking forward to offering some vaccination events at our middle schools coming up starting next Wednesday. We did talk with the Richmond Henrico Health Department at our last health committee meeting this past Monday, and we were informed that 40% of our Henrico children ages 12 to 17 had received their first dose of the COVID vaccine. 28.9% had received their second vaccination. And of course, 2 weeks after that, they are considered fully vaccinated. So that is great news. We are making strides there. In with the partnership I just mentioned, we will be holding vaccination events at Elko Middle School, Brooklyn Middle School, and Tuckahoe Middle School. We will be offering 4 immunizations at those clinics. That will include Tdap, which covers our tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis, our HPV vaccine, the meningococcal vaccine, as well as our COVID vaccine. These immunizations for Tdap and meningococcal are required vaccines for our 7th graders, and new this year, as is the meningococcal for our 7th graders, new for our rising 12th graders, the meningococcal is also going to be required. These events are going to be open to any of our secondary students ages 12 and up. And we did a survey, and based off of those surveys, we selected these school sites. So we're very excited about that starting next Wednesday, which is June the 3rd. Each site will have 2 events, so if you come to your first event, you can come back 21 days later, either on July 21st or July 28th, and receive whatever vaccines you haven't, so you can split them up, and you can also get your second COVID vaccine. So we've got that all set so people can be fully vaccinated by the time we come back to school. Again, just totally excited about doing that for our community and our students. And again, the availability out in our communities remains extremely flexible, so we are excited about that as well. Looking at our recruitment efforts for school health services, we are in full-fledged recruitment interviewing mode right now. We have several open licensed positions, 7 RN positions and 1 LPN position for our school year 21-22. One of our high school RN roles has already been filled, and one, yes, I can say this today, one of our one elementary RN role that I've been promising to bring you news about was accepted yesterday. So we've got 2 of those positions filled, and we are actively interviewing this coming week on several of these other positions. So I'm very confident in having our staff at full complement by the time we are back on August the 26th. We also have our clinic aides, which will be returning to support us this next school year, and we are actively recruiting for those. We did have some clinic aides who either took nursing positions with us or have opted to move to other things. So we have 30 open aide positions for elementary, middle, and high school, and I believe 2 of those filled off of emails that I've received today. So we're already making strides on those. Summer school staffing looks to be good. We do have 2 or 3 programs that we do not have a nurse in the building with, but I do have an RN who's roaming the county for me, so at any time if we have an issue that we have that flexibility to get someone over to a program if they need it. But we have over 90 school health staff members clinic aides, LPNs, and RNs who have piecemealed their summer to try and cover our summer programs in our schools and students. So again, I'm extremely proud of my staff. Not to boast too much, but say again, I'm very proud of my staff. And I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Tigan to finish up for us.
Thank you. The Health Committee will continue to meet bi-weekly during the summer months and into the fall. In addition to reviewing the most recent transmission data, the committee will discuss any new or revised guidance from the CDC, the Virginia Department of Health, or the Virginia Department of Education. This is intended today to be the final update. Moving forward, I will continue to share updates with the superintendent and the division leadership team. And should there be a need to alter our practices as we progress through the summer and move into the 2021-2022 school years, changes will be communicated with the board, with staff, and with our families. As always, Ms. Gilbert and I are happy to answer any questions you may have. I would like for clarity when we talk about vaccines, just to remind everyone, while there are required vaccines for school, the COVID vaccine is not one that is required. This is just a service we're providing for convenience for our families.
Thank you, Dr. Tigan, for that point of clarity. I'm going to begin with Mrs. Kinsella.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you clarifying once again that the COVID vaccine is not required, as that's a question I've heard, probably the most frequently heard question from my district. Do we have any idea yet about those under 12, when availability may come forward?
The most current information we have is still saying early fall, like September, October. We haven't heard any update that's different from that.
And if that would change, we would communicate that with the public?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. That's all I have, other than I'm so appreciative for our 90 staff members that are keeping our students and staff safe this summer. Thank you so much.
Ms. Ogburn.
You are really changing it up today, keeping us guessing. Just real quick, this is somewhat related, but I have been hearing lately about immunizations in general for our students are down. And I know this health committee, so I figure I'll ask. Are we, as a school system, trying to encourage parents communicating? I assume we are, but I thought this is a little bit of an opportunity if students aren't vaccinated yet or have that need, where can they go? What can we share some information on that? Because I know we're behind.
Exactly. Thank you, Ms. Ogburn. So new this year, we do have hepatitis A for our kindergartners. That will be a new requirement. We do work with the community for making sure that their community partners, as well as our parents, on those kindergarten physicals to make sure that we've got them all updated when the students are ready to start. For 7th grade, as I said, new will be continued with the Tdap booster. New will be a meningococcal vaccine, and the other new vaccine is for our rising seniors to have meningococcal. That's going to be a rolling thing, so that by the time we get several years down the road, we will have our rising seniors receiving their second meningococcal and ready to go off to college and not have to worry about that. We also, each school nurse, before she closed out her clinic this year, ran reports in 7th grade for those rising 7th graders. So we know already off of our VIS system, our state system, who has not had that Tdap booster and who has not had that meningococcal. Those students and those families are receiving from the schools reminders that they need to get this, that it is state required. We're doing the same thing with blasts for our 7th graders and our 12th graders to keep that education out there. There is a new vaccine that's required this year, that meningococcal. So we're doing that. I'm going to go ahead and say this. You might sidekick me here, but it's okay. We are.
You can just say you're doing it. That's okay. You don't have to give us details.
Well, we are working with one of our elementary schools to partner up to make sure that those in the areas that may not have as many resources, that we get that to them. We're partnering with Richmond Henrico Health Department East on their vaccination events to get those out into our communities, as well as providing physicals potentially at the school sites. So it's going to be a busy summer for us.
I was going to say, I mean, because I think one thing I've been hearing is that it's confusing to parents when they hear there's a new vaccine.
There it is.
And they don't hear what comes after that. And so I think that's some of what is confusing right now to families, but no.
So the meningococcal is not new.
No, but it's a new requirement.
It is a new requirement. What has always
and
happened is we have wanted to get that out when they go to college. And we have found that it gets lost as kids get ready to go to college, and there isn't as much follow-up on it. So the state decided to make that a requirement in 7th grade, giving us enough time to get that booster in at 12th grade. And that way, when these kids are ready to go to college, they're prepared.
It's done, right. Well, because I think it's so hard right now. We're battling, in some ways, an overabundance of communication, and families are just inundated with things from everywhere, and we need to kind of get through that to make them understand there are some changes. But I think, too, with kindergartners, this past year, they started virtual. It's just confusing, and, you know, and there are families who don't have access to adequate health care. They're the most vulnerable. We need to really get the message to them that they can go to the health department. There is access to this, to the vaccines that they need. But just if you could refresh anyone who's listening on the rules about that, especially for our kindergartners when they enter school, that kind of thing, I think might be useful.
Yes, ma'am. So our physicals and our immunizations are state mandated, and that is one.
You can't say that enough. It is state mandated.
Yeah,
yes.
that is correct. It's not school board. It's not Henrico County. It is state mandated, as all of our immunizations. There are some immunizations like COVID or HPV that are not state. They're state required for HPV. But we don't enforce it here in the county because we look at
We got it. That's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, tongue-tied.
Communicable, yeah.
Thank you. Within the school. And those are the vaccines the state makes us monitor and require that the student have those, whether they're going to be face-to-face or virtual.
Right.
Face-to-face or virtual. So immunizations have to be compliant for those two things. And again, we have multiple resources for our families. They can call school health services if they need help. They can reach out to the registrars at their schools. They have these resources. Richmond, Henrico Health Department East and West, both of them are holding immunization clinics, so we will get them somewhere if they need these shots.
Right. Well, and I've been hearing too, we're now in the state at over 70% for COVID vaccination, which is great. We still have a ways to go, but you know, we're getting there. So thank y'all so much for all your work.
Mrs. Atkins.
So thank you, Dr. Tigan and Ms. Gilbert. Certainly in the month of June of many meetings, it just feels good to get to this point. And so I just wanted to say that to both of you. I do have a few thoughts around communications and immunizations, particularly going back into the school year in the fall. What communication plan do we have in place for parents to provide proof of immunizations? I know some parents may want to drop them off, you know, getting the record from the doctor, dropping it off with the school counselor. Have we shared with families maybe electronic ways? So for instance, you may not be able to drop it off. Can they scan it and email it to the guidance counselors? Or, I'm just interested in being innovative on how parents are able to prove that their children have received the shots. What are the thoughts on that?
You're absolutely correct. We have multiple ways that they can either hand bring those in or email them. Also, if they call the school or call school health services, we would be glad to collaborate with them and get on Viz and actually print that off for them. So they just need to reach out.
Yes, and so what effort is being made to share that with families? Because I learned through personal experience because I couldn't drop off my son's shots because he had recently gotten done, and the counselor said, no worries, just email it or just call and we might be able to get someone to you. So I think it's important that we share all the wonderful ways that parents can prove that their children have their shots, because it makes it easier to get it into the schools earlier if parents know all the ways that they can versus trying to get to the school all the time.
That's excellent feedback. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Shea.
Thanks for all your updates, Ms. Gilbert and Dr. Tigan, throughout the last year plus. We've come so far, and so have my list of questions. I only have 2 for our last health presentation, down from a lot at the beginning. So the first one is just around those vaccination clinics that we're doing. Is there a cost for those vaccinations? So no cost, I'm getting a head shake.
No cost. If they have insurance and they bring their insurance card, the health department would bill the insurance, but there's no balance bill. If you don't have insurance, you just don't worry about it. They're going to take care of everything. Just come get your vaccination, and you don't have to be at that school for summer academy. That doesn't have to be your home school, Brooklyn, Tuckahoe, or Elko on those dates, and we will get you taken care of.
And Mr. Jinks, I assume your team's going to be putting out some communication on that. You can just give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. Yes. Yes. Many other things. You communicate so well, Mr. Jinks. All right, and then my other question is, can you just give us an idea of what masking looks like for summer school? Because I know we talked a lot about until the end of the year, and so now we're in summer school.
Yes, right now, the masking is still required, that if you're in a school building and students are in there, that you must wear a mask. If there are no students there, the adults who are fully vaccinated can not wear a mask. Those who have not been vaccinated must wear a mask unless they can still socially distance 6 feet. So thinking about if you're in an office or in a classroom. We are still anxiously awaiting what will happen next week when the governor's emergency order expires, and what guidance may or may not come next week.
So reading between the lines here, what's currently happening in our schools is still directed by the executive order?
Right now it is until the 30th.
Okay, thank you so much. And
You're
that's
welcome.
all I have.
I promise you all, I did not purposely leave her last. It's just the luck of the draw. I know Mrs. Shea is the most, engaged with her questions with the health committee, and she does a great job, as well as all our peers. I just want to echo the sentiments that they've shared to both of you all. You were hiding Ms. Gilbert. I was wondering where was Ms. Gilbert, and you came out from like the back. I didn't know where you were. But seriously, thank you for your dedication, your diligence, and just helping us navigate these waters. And your efforts are appreciated. Please share with your staff how thankful and grateful we are for everything that all of them do every day. You as well, Ms. Gilbert. Thank you. Dr. Cashwell.
Thank you again. All right, our next item is related to looking ahead to the 2022 school year and looking at some calendar recommendations that have come forward as a result of work by the administration, as well as input from the calendar committee and other sources, as we begin to put some options in front of this board for your consideration and eventual selection and approval of a calendar. So Dr. Tigan, I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Chairman Cooper, members of the board, and Dr. Cashwell. While we have been preparing for the start of the 21-22 school year, staff and the calendar committee are already looking 14 months ahead to the 22-23 school calendar. You might remember that prior to the pandemic, the calendar committee was recommending a 2-week pre-Labor Day start. A pre-Labor Day start was not adopted for this fall, as last year at this time we were unsure of the impact of COVID-19 could have on this summer. As we look forward to the post-Labor Day start of the 21-22 school year on September 8th, it is time to re-engage teachers and families in the discussion of the calendar for the 22-23 school year. As you may recall, the calendar committee has many representatives on it. This year, many of the members are the same as were on the committee that worked on the original 2021 school calendar. Members no longer able to serve or in new positions were replaced to maintain 8 individuals per magisterial district to include the following from each district: teachers, students, parents, clerical staff, administrators, teachers, business partners or community members, and then central office staff. The central office staff includes teaching, learning, and innovation, human resources, finance, facilities, athletics, transportation. That's just to name some of them. And truly, we try to get full representation because each one of them, along with the other members of the committee, bring a unique perspective and lens to the conversation. The calendar committee met yesterday to review drafts of a pre and post Labor Day calendar for 2022-2023 and for 2023-2024. And to discuss feedback from the Lunch and Learn that Andy Jenks hosted with Dr. Cashwell and myself on June 9th. The calendar committee will meet several more times prior to coming back in August, and we are just want everyone to understand we are just starting our discussion of a possible pre-Labor Day start. The calendar committee, based on feedback from that Lunch and Learn session, is recommending 2 calendar options be presented to the school board for further consideration in August. A pre-Labor Day start that begins to align us with divisions within the region and allows for additional holidays without adding additional work days. We are already hearing from staff that the inclusion of the additional religious holidays is a wonderful way to honor Henrico's student diversity, but it does not honor the diversity of our staff. In a pre-Labor Day start, some employees' contractual work calendars would begin differently, but would ultimately include the same number of work days as they do now. It would also provide additional staff holidays throughout the year while still providing additional instruction prior to AP and IB testing. Students in the ACA centers would graduate from their high school shortly after graduating from J-Sarge. A post-Labor Day start that maintains, basically will maintain the status quo and limits flexibility on that mid-June end date. While I know it is difficult, if not impossible, to read these draft versions of a 1-week pre-Labor Day start and a post-Labor Day start for the 2022-2023 school year, these drafts are will be posted online for easier viewing, and you have a copy on the dais for you to reference. The feedback received after the Lunch and Learn session on June 9th, as I shared previously, was shared with the calendar committee. There were almost 2,000 people who responded, and for those indicating that they were not in support of a pre-Labor Day start, the main reason was because if we started 1 week earlier, they wanted to be sure we got out 1 week earlier. Actually, that same reason same comment was the most popular in those that were undecided, and even those that said yes, they were for a pre-Labor Day start. So you will notice that these calendars, when working with the calendar committee, reflect that input from our staff and families. So here you can see, and then also you see the 2 calendars. And we can discuss them more if you want. I know it's easier to see, just trying to give you an overview. But one of the things the calendar committee, reflected on was that when we were meeting 2 years ago, they really felt like the positive impact of a pre-Labor Day start occurred with a 2-week early pre-Labor Day start. And so the decision was made to actually draft a version for a second year so that you could see what would happen if we took it in steps rather than a giant step, took a baby step and did a 1 week early start, and then the following year, a 2-year early start. And I'll go through what some of these benefits might be. Each of these calendars does provide the 990 instructional hours, 191 teacher work days, and observance of religious holidays. So let's look at the differences between the pre and post Labor Day start. In a pre-Labor Day start, employees' contractual work calendars would begin 1 week earlier, and I repeat again, end 1 week earlier. The proposal includes 2 days of anytime, anywhere professional learning time outside of contract time for completion of online trainings and other teacher-selected professional learning. Additional days would be included as new staff holidays that occur during the 2022-23 school year. For example, the Friday before Labor Day would be a holiday for teachers to provide a 4-day weekend. This was a definite perk, as teachers and administrators indicated they often spend Labor Day preparing for the first day of school. The following student holidays would also be teacher holidays as well: Yom Kippur, Diwali, and Eid al-Fitr. There are other religious and/or cultural observances listed on the calendar, such as Christmas, Easter, and the Lunar New Year, but each of these happens to fall on a weekend. To provide these holidays and still end a week earlier, there is a loss of banked time for inclement weather. So just want to be clear, because we're not at the 180 days, but we feel comfortable that we are well within the time that we need to have. And so with the post-Labor Day start, the overall length of the school year for students and staff is maintained, and the religious holidays stay as student holidays, and teacher professional learning and clerical days. The calendar committee does still support the pre-Labor Day start, both for honoring the diversity of our staff and the better alignment with the other localities in the region. Chesterfield County is opening 2 weeks pre-Labor Day this year, and Code RVA and Maggie Walker are discussing plans for a pre-Labor Day start moving forward. As such, the recommendation was to adopt a 2-week pre-Labor Day start for the 23-24 school year, providing an end of May end date for students and a June 1 end date for teachers. Members of the calendar committee identified several other advantages to a pre-Labor Day start, to include the following: lessening the time between fall sports starting and the start of the school year, positioning the start and end of school more closely to the college start and end dates. Aligning the start and end of summer with our regional partners makes it easier for families to find summer programming for their children. And easing the transition into or back to school with a 4-day break at Labor Day. And last, providing the opportunity for students to compete for summer jobs and internship opportunities due to the earlier date of the end of the school year. Right now, students are finding a difficult time when they're competing with students who are in localities that are already a pre-Labor Day start in our region. The list of advantages for the post-Labor Day start was short, with the only one identified by the committee being the tradition of feeling comfortable. So what's next? No decisions have been made. We plan to continue to provide additional informational sessions to gather additional feedback, and the calendar committee will review the feedback and make additional recommendations as appropriate for the school board to consider at the August 12th school board meeting. Of course, any changes will mean that we will seek additional feedback to present at the August 26th school board meeting prior to any calendar adoption. and I am happy to hear any direction from the board and address any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tigan. Ms. Atkins?
I was taking notes as you were talking. I didn't want to lose my thoughts, so thank you for your patience. Thank you for the presentation as well. Can you share how folks can provide feedback into the calendar?
Yes, Mr. Jinks and his team will be sending out information, and there will be a link for staff and families to be able to provide feedback.
I noticed on the slide, I think it said from May to July 19th. I can't, or what is that, June?
June 28th to July 19th.
Okay, so that's going to be the window in which folks can provide that feedback, is that correct?
Right, for the first review, you know, the calendar committee will come together the following week to review that information and look at what impact that may have on their recommendations.
I would add that we already have begun to gather feedback already. So we had the lunch and learn, and we gathered thousands of actual employees responded. That feedback helped the calendar committee get to this point. And so it's sort of at each iteration, the calendar committee is offering another opportunity for feedback, and similarly looks to the board's feedback, not just now, but along the way. And there'll be multiple opportunities to weigh in.
Will there be opportunities on our website as we receive the feedback to share the results of the feedback? I think that's an opportunity for communities to better understand how other folks are feeling about it as well. Will you be able to see the results as that feedback comes in?
Not in real time, however, we can certainly pull the data and post it. Andy, let you.
Yeah, Mrs. Atkins, I'm not familiar with a real-time feedback mechanism. It's certainly something we can consider, but I did want to mention that in addition to the electronic form that people can fill out anytime, anywhere, we're going to do actually three sessions over 2 dates in July. So at the conclusion of this discussion, we'll be releasing everything that we have. First, a message to our employees, followed after that by a message to our student households. Third and finally after that, a message to the general public. All that will unfold in roughly the next hour. That'll give people about 1 to 2 weeks to read it, digest it, understand that we have 4 different options that are out there for their review and feedback. At that point, that'll bring us to about mid-July. And so we'll talk through it as well, very similarly to how we're talking through it right now, with a session only for our employees on July 14th, and they'll get the link to that information as soon as we're done here today. After July 14th, we'll do 2 live sessions for the public, one in the late morning, the other in the late evening. And then no matter what, whether people can attend live or not, this being the summer, we want people to be able to watch on demand, essentially. So we'll email the links around so that folks may not be able to pose a question live, but over the course of any 60 to 90-minute discussion, generally speaking, the most important questions get asked by somebody out there in the universe. And so we will have 3 recordings that we can email around to people. That takes place in July, which will inform the next update for the school board in early August. And then if any revisions take place after that, we'll report those out to the public at the appropriate time.
When you say live, are you speaking live on social media or face-to-face?
These information sessions would be live virtually using the Microsoft Teams live event feature. So we did not want to name a specific time and place that people had to drop what they were doing and visit in person. We've gotten accustomed and in fact, I think had some success in hosting many virtual events that would ordinarily draw a small crowd, draws a significantly larger crowd if we make it convenient for people to join from wherever they may be. So all 3 of those sessions will be taking place virtually in ways that are similar to previous community engagement efforts.
Are there any other opportunities to provide feedback, written or face-to-face? Are there any other ways?
The written feedback would be what we've discussed. The official feedback mechanism, the one that will create the public record that's shared with the school board, is done through our website. Okay. I think we'll see a lot of additional feedback on, let's say, the comments section of any of our social media pages too. But we will encourage folks to send their feedback through our website so that it can be organized in a way that's easy to read for not only the board, but when we report that out publicly.
So how do we communicate to folks who have a challenge with internet?
I suppose that's something for the team to go back and consider. We've had a great deal of success, I would say, engaging folks with internet, considering the amount of investment that this county has made providing access to folks. If an in-person session is necessary, I think the school division is equipped to do that. And our feedback forms may allow an opportunity for someone to let us know how they are best reached. In addition, board feedback can also provide us an opportunity to make adjustments where that may be necessary.
My thought process is I think during the school year, we may have families more engaged because their children are in school. I think given this summer, we'll have a lot of families wanting to take vacation and just disconnect. And so my thinking is virtual definitely works and we've seen success, but I'm wondering what success will we see over the summer?
Sure.
And wondering how can we make sure we reach parents in other ways that truly want to have some time to disconnect because they've been virtual for almost a year.
It's a valid concern, and I think that actually speaks to why the virtual formats were selected. Let's assume people have a summer job or a summer camp or a summer vacation, but might still want to be reached. That way they can click a button, watch a session, and contribute electronically if that's something they prefer. So I would say that that actually informed our approach this summer, knowing that some folks may not want to drop what they're doing in the middle of a morning or an afternoon when their students aren't engaged in school in order to go to, say, a library or a school auditorium in the middle of the summer. So I don't know that it's a conundrum, but it is certainly what has informed our approach this summer in terms of wanting to reach people anytime, anywhere. But if they do not want to be reached, or if our feedback mechanisms show that people aren't being sufficiently reached, then we'd certainly have to reevaluate how we're going forward. However, I think it's fair to say, at least last month, nearly 2,000 responses, and that was just the first wave of asking. But to your point, that's different. We were engaging people in early June, and now we're transitioning into the summer.
And let me provide a recommendation at this point. I think that virtual is successful, and that has been proven. But even if there's 5% of families that want to disconnect over the summer or have challenges with internet, I think we should have those conversations on how we reach them. So my recommendation would be perhaps, I don't know if it could be a leaflet or a small flyer, or print a few, even if it's just to give to me to put in churches and to put at recreation centers. I think that is helpful. The calendar is a priority topic in many communities, and having the opportunity to reach them, particularly this summer, unlike any summers in our history, many families want to disconnect. And I think it's wonderful to be able to reach them anytime, anywhere virtually, and that we have that. I think we have an opportunity to do an and not an or. And so hopefully we can find a way, whether we print pamphlets, put them in churches, or partner with family and community engagement as they continue to engage families, just to hand something out to say, did you know about this? And this is how you can provide your feedback.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
It sure does, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just simply add, I think we appreciate the suggestions and feedback, and we'll certainly look at all of those, particularly, Big Blue's on the go again. So there are a lot of outreach opportunities for us to be able to, bring along a laptop, even for a family to respond electronically, printed material, et cetera. But we'll monitor our feedback levels as we employ the lives team events and that kind of thing. And if we're seeing significantly less participation than what's anticipated, we're prepared to regroup. And certainly as we share our progress in gathering feedback along the way before we come back to you on the 26th for your approval, we would also again look to the board at that time. Should you as a board wish to solicit any additional feedback? I know in prior years before boards have adopted calendars, they've wanted one additional survey or pulse point. We certainly are very flexible to continue to gather feedback even beyond what we've mapped out here.
Yeah, because I want us to keep in mind that we're collecting all of the electronic materials from our families. So there are some families that are using those laptops to get to Schoology to get this information. So while we've collected and are collecting those laptops and all those instruments back, those devices, we may have families that don't have those devices. And so I just want us to keep in mind and not assume that every family has a laptop or an electronic device to get those communications, because we're taking them back.
Yes,
Thank you.
Ms. Shea?
Thank you. Dr. Tigan, I think you nailed the feedback that I have heard from parents, staff, administrators, all around, which is if we start earlier, we should end earlier. So I appreciate not only the calendar committee making that adjustment before it even came to us for the first time, but also you clearly articulating that for those listening. I also appreciate looking at this calendar, the lack of half days. I know the previous board, we've talked about that, but you know, instructionally, half days are a challenge to be productive frequently. Also a really big challenge for our families with childcare. And so on that note, the only thing that really jumps out at me, so if I'm looking at the 22-23 1 week pre-Labor Day start draft, there are 2 half days. One is the Friday before spring break, which I think is totally appropriate. The other one is on February 1st, which is a Wednesday. And I know that's put there to align, like, I don't know why it's put there.
I can share that with you. That was actually a recommendation from our school-based staff and our teachers on the calendar committee that when the end of the 9 weeks come, rather than putting the early release on that day and teachers having clerical, they're busy collecting work from students and they're still trying to grade, that having that time to do that several days after the end of the 9 weeks would still hold report cards and everything at the same time, but provide teachers with a better ability to use that time for what it's meant for. And so that's why, and so it was, I think it's Friday that the 9 weeks ends.
27th.
And then the 1st was the Wednesday, so that gave the days. And we've also heard from families that some of them really appreciate the Wellness Wednesdays and would like to see that. And so where they could be moved, you'll see they're on Wednesdays. You'll see they're not in all calendars because I also know from feedback that when you chop up weeks in a month too much, it becomes problematic for families as well.
I appreciate that context. I would make the suggestion to perhaps look at that, moving that half day from the 1st to the 3rd. I know that will be a tighter turnaround for report cards, but as we do more things digitally and streamline things, I think for a lot of our families, that would be more advantageous.
I'll check on that, and I'll also check on the impact of that because I know that's the end of the semester and grades going to colleges. So I'll do some checking, and if that's possible, absolutely.
I appreciate that. Just a couple other things. I certainly support if we're going to move towards a pre-Labor Day start, doing the baby steps, not doing 2 weeks at the same time, because technically it shortens the summer on the summers that we move the calendar, and I think it's more digestible to have it shortened by a week twice in a row than 2 weeks at a time. So I like that baby step approach. I spent a lot of time talking with the various stakeholders, but particularly in our schools around athletics and marching band and all of those things that happen in August when we were looking at this maybe last year about how would an earlier start impact your programs. And the overwhelming feedback I heard is that it perhaps will actually increase access for students who don't have transportation readily available because they don't have to be dropped off at school and picked up from school back to back for a practice. And so that is a piece that I think a positive unintended consequence that I think people haven't, may not be on the top of their mind. And then also for our younger students, when we are aligned regionally, it eases access to summer programming and childcare as a lot of our other regional partners are shifting to a pre-Labor Day start. So that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Ogburn.
You bet. Mrs. Shea covered a lot of, I think, really great points, but that alignment piece, I think, is so important. And, for years we lobbied And we had it in our legislative platform that we wanted to start early. And now then when we got, it's kind of like when you catch the bus, what do you do with it? It's, we've caught it now, so it's time. And so I am so glad we're looking at it. I think it's time for us to align ourselves with not only those regional programs, but AP courses and testing and all of the other reasons that we wanted to do this. But again, I agree with Mrs. Shea. Boy, am I hearing if we start early, we get out early. The extra days, I think the idea of ending earlier in June is very palatable to folks, but the lengthening was like, wait a minute, that's not what we thought we were going to get. So I'm glad you're hearing that, and it's already changed. So, but I agree with Mr. Shea. I like the idea of the baby steps, because I think 2 weeks at once, that's going to be a bitter pill for people to swallow. So, but I think y'all are on the right track. I appreciate the work, but we are already getting feedback on this. It is, as Mrs. Atkins said, it's a really big issue with people. And so, but no, I look forward to what's coming. I know that I think it's just important to hear no decisions have been made. This is a first look for sure. And that this, will continue until we get it right. There's no rush here. So, but thank you. I don't have any questions for you, just feedback.
You're welcome. I'd also like to say that on the feedback that we did receive, that was not only staff, but families, that had access to be able to provide feedback to us. And part of doing that communication on June 9th was to make sure that we engage people before they went home for the summer, so that this wasn't a first discussion on the calendar.
Right.
And so I hope, while I understand they may not want to be engaged right now, I think they are aware, from the communications that went out from.
Right, well, history would show that we try really hard not to tackle the hard topics over the summer when people disengage a bit. I think we have the access now, even though, like you said, we're picking up the devices from kids. I think more parents than ever are engaged, and we need to keep them that way. But we do have to know that there are some families who are not going to have access to information this summer. So for those, that's why this continues into August, and we don't generally vote until in the fall. So we'll get it right before we do it. But I just think that, there are some things we're tackling over the summer that it's because it's just the way it's worked out. And so this is one of those topics that we need to discuss for a long time. And again, we don't normally tackle big things over the summer just because of that lack of access, but this just being the first conversation is, I think, an exception to that rule. But anyway, thank you for what you're doing.
Ms. Kinsella?
Yes, I'd just like to thank the superintendent and the team for starting this conversation early and not waiting until the fall, which I think we normally would have done.
Yes.
Because I know we got a lot of questions, or at least I did, about the timing of this calendar conversation at June 9th, right, doing a survey. And once again, it's trying to be transparent and trying to get the feedback from our stakeholders. So I just appreciate you starting the conversation earlier than we normally would, especially because of the changes that we're talking about. And I echo my colleagues' comments, especially the feedback. If we're gonna start earlier, well, we better be ending earlier. So I think we're unanimous in that regard,
That was
perhaps.
loud and clear.
So I appreciate you putting that forward on both options, at least on both calendar options for 22, 23, 23, 24, pre-Labor Day start. I agree with slow transition as well. Two weeks is a little too much, and I don't think we need any more extra. So I support 1 week intervals. So that folks get used to it and they just have enough notice to process. In response to what Ms. Atkins was saying, I agree. So many of our folks can't wait to disconnect. I know I'm looking forward to disconnecting a little bit in July. And the return of the devices is also a concern for me. how are we now communicating with our kindergarten families who may not yet be HCPS families? Are we still doing the mailing postcards to those families? Because that may be a way to reach folks to let them know about the calendar, is my point.
There's a lot of mailings going out to our families just to try to re-engage, to orient not only to our brand new kindergartners, but maybe kindergartners from last year that will be new with us as first graders or possibly kindergarten, you know. So there's a lot of communication going out from our schools to our families, and we do rely a lot on our schools to communicate because the community often listens, our families listen to our school leaders probably more than they listen to us.
Right. If I could just to ask that we try to leverage whatever different kinds of mailers that we're doing to be more cost effective as well, but also sending important information so those families feel included and in the know. Also putting forward, our libraries are also a great way to share information, whether it's a placard people can take out with them or use computers in our libraries, since Henrico County has such nice ones. So I just wanted to put that forward. I also support what Mrs. Shea said about access to daycare, childcare, by taking out many of the half days and by changing the calendar and being so responsive. I know in my district, I heard a lot about families that this year was so challenging on Wednesdays to find daycare for Wellness Wednesday. So thank you for being responsive to that. Other than that, I look forward to all the feedback. And I'm glad we're doing it in phases. Oh, lastly, I just think it's important to say on the record, out of all the feedback I received personally, everyone supports the culturally responsive calendar. And I know that Henrico Schools was one of the first to be more culturally responsive with their calendar. And I know that we had some employees that also wanted us to be more responsive because the students were getting the holiday, but not our employees. So I appreciate the attention in listening to our employees and being more responsive. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heigen. I just want to kind of highlight, I just want to, again, reiterate, thank you for the feedback that you provided thus far in the presentation, and I just look forward to more community input.
Thank you. We look forward to it as well.
All right. So more to come on that. All right, thank you again, Dr. Teigen and Mr. Jenks. The next item we're bringing forth is a summary for the board of our Henrico survey results. And you'll recall that this is a key metric, a performance metric as it relates to our division's strategic plan, Destination 2025. And so Dr. Hinton is here to provide the summary for us.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Dr. Cashwell. Annually, we administer surveys to students, families, and staff to measure the progress of our strategic goals in Destination 2025, the division's strategic plan. The surveys are designed around the 4 cornerstones of safety and wellness, academic progress, equity and opportunity, and relationships. Due to COVID-19, our survey administration in 2020 was canceled. So we are excited to have data for this school year to guide us into the fall. We continue to partner with the Metropolitan Educational Research Consortium, or MERC, in the School of Education at Virginia Commonwealth University in this effort. They work with us to develop survey items specifically aligned with our strategic plan drivers and administer and analyze the survey results. This year, surveys were available online in March through April of 2021 to students in grades 5 through 12, families, and staff. The family survey was available in 6 languages, including English, Spanish, Arabic, Portuguese, Dari, and Vietnamese, and a paper version of the surveys was available if requested. New this year, we embedded audio into both the English and Spanish online surveys to provide families with additional assistance. Families utilizing this feature could click on the audio button in the survey, and questions and response choices would be read aloud. The surveys were communicated through a variety of platforms, including the Henrico website, social media, principal emails, paper flyers, the binder e-newsletter, and survey emails. In total, 13,472 stakeholders participated in the survey, including 4,917 staff members, 6,637 family members, and 19,818 students. Although our response rates among students and staff declined slightly, more family members participated in the survey this year than in 2019. The decline in responses is likely due to the virtual learning and work environment that has continued throughout the school year for some students and staff. One way that we worked to increase survey participation among families this year was to offer family and school incentives. Family members who completed the survey and wanted to be entered into a prize drawing could complete a brief prize entry form at the end of the survey. Thanks to our partners in the Department of Family and Community Engagement, we were able to randomly select one family from each magisterial district to win a prize bag. Additionally, the Henrico Education Foundation generously donated $500 in professional development funds to the school in each magisterial district with the highest family survey response rate. And congratulations to the faculties at Glen Lee Elementary, Springfield Park Elementary, Pemberton Elementary, Ward Elementary, and Glen Allen High School for successfully engaging your families. As you review the report, you will note that response choices range from 1, meaning completely disagree, to 6, meaning completely agree. Scores from 1 to 3 represent some level of disagreement, and scores from 4 to 6 represent some level of agreement. Data are reported by respondent group and include the percent response for each response choice, the item average response, and a combined percent agree and disagree. Change in average from the 2019 survey administration is also included. This change column allows us to see areas that may have been positively impacted by new processes or programs aligned with our strategic plan drivers implemented in the last 2 years. You'll also see that many survey items were asked across respondent groups, but some were unique to only 1 or 2 groups, or may have only been asked to respond to particular respondents who have a particular experience. Each item on the survey was associated with one of the division's 4 cornerstones. This slide shows the overall average response to questions within each cornerstone. Values ranging from 1 to 3 represent some level of disagreement, and 4 to 6 represent some level of agreement. Safety and wellness included items related to areas such as physical safety and school-based mental health. Academic growth included items related to areas such as the Henrico Learner Profile and college and career planning. Equity and opportunity included items related to areas such as appreciation of different cultures, culturally responsive teaching, and support of underrepresented groups in advanced courses. Relationships included items related to areas such as teacher and student relationships and parent involvement. You can see that on average, all stakeholder groups favorably reported on each cornerstone. All averages were within the agreement range. Generally, students tended to have the least favorable responses across each cornerstone, with the highest response for relationships, which was also the highest ranked cornerstones for families. Staff reported the highest levels of favorable responses to each of the 4 cornerstones across each group. When we look at the change in cornerstone averages from 2019, you can see that averages increased in most cornerstones across groups, except for family perceptions of safety and wellness. These increases mean that stakeholders are viewing these areas more favorably than they did in 2019, indicating progress towards our strategic goals. The survey report contains a wealth of information that division leaders and school administrators will use in future planning. The next few slides will highlight some of the key survey findings by sharing items from each group with the highest and lowest averages. However, it's important to note that while the items with the lowest averages in the survey are listed, many of these items were still within the agreement range, meaning that the majority of respondents still reported favorably to the item. But there were other items in the survey that had higher averages. Several areas of safety and wellness continue to be a strength, including student knowledge of consequences for breaking school rules and students feeling that they can go to an adult at the school if they need help. Two new areas of strength that emerged were families feeling that students are treated fairly by adults in the school and student knowledge of the negative effects of drug and alcohol use. While progress from 2019 has been made in the majority of these next items, they still continue to be the lower agreement items of the surveys. We continue to see opportunities related to bullying, school-based mental health and emotional understanding, consistency and support for the implementation of behavioral expectations, and regular discussion of student behavioral data in schools. New this year, opportunities are also identified related to family beliefs that schools teach students about the negative effects of drug and alcohol use and staff perceptions of student respect for adults. Looking at academic growth, we see many similarities and strengths noted in the 2019 surveys, including schools having high expectations for student learning, student awareness of career-focused courses, priority on school attendance, accessibility of academic program materials for families, and staff use of assessment data to support student academic growth. Additional opportunities were noted in students feeling encouraged by adults at the school to take advanced courses, and family perceptions of the quality of our teaching staff. Opportunities continue to be noted in implementing the Henrico learner profile, particularly the deeper learning model and the 6 C's. Families reported lower agreement in feeling informed about pathways and prerequisites for college and career readiness, starting as early as elementary school. Lower agreement among students was also reported when asked if they had taken a career assessment. For staff, an opportunity was identified to make professional development more relevant to the work they do each day. Another area of focus for the division is around the cornerstone of equity and opportunity. We continue to see strengths related to staff understanding and appreciating different cultural backgrounds and staff feeling comfortable interacting with people of different cultural backgrounds. Families of English learners continue to be satisfied with those services and report that schools understand the needs of these students. Students reported favorably that schools help them develop positive attitudes towards people who are different than them. Among the lower rated items, students and staff continue to note use of materials that teach students about different cultures as an area for growth. Families reported less agreement with the item related to students being encouraged to enroll in specialized programs such as IB, GISA, high school specialty centers, ACE centers, and ACA. Lastly, staff noted an opportunity related to schools teaching students to understand how a person's background affects their thoughts and opinions, which is a component of our culturally responsive education model. While these items were identified as opportunities, it's encouraging to mention that all of these areas have improved since 2019. Last but certainly not least, many facets of relationships continue to be a strength, including staff relationships with their colleagues and students, family and school relationships, and school communications with families on student academic progress. This year, staff also reported favorably on the relationships that they have with their supervisors, and families agree that staff treat students with respect. Opportunities continued related to staff wanting more involvement with decision-making and family awareness of our strategic plan. Staff also reported less favorable responses related to their satisfaction with the recognition they receive for doing a good job. So throughout this presentation, themes and connections to our strategic plan work and other recent presentations are evident. However, more work will be done as we head into the fall to analyze the survey data in more depth at both the division and school levels. This data is invaluable as we move Henrico towards our goals. The division survey report will be available on the HCPS website and through social media. And the development of school-level reports is in progress, and school leaders will have access to their school's data by July to support their school quality work over the summer. And at this time, I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hinton. I'm going to begin this with Mrs. Ogburn.
All righty, thank you. If we could go, I don't remember which page it is, but it doesn't matter. The bullying and mental health and mental awareness section, you know, that still persists. And I know we are so working on that, and we've employed so many different strategies for that. It makes me sad to hear that it's still such an issue, and looking at the survey results, it shows that. But I know that it's just something we continue to work on. There are just so many things that work against us as far as like social media and other stuff like that. But I'm just sorry to hear that. But I appreciate you sharing all of this with us. And as far as our guidance counselors go, I know we're adding more next year, so I'm hoping that will help. And I'm also hoping they actually get to do more counseling and less, you know, scheduling and college applications and the things that they get so pulled to do other things. But, you know, but I think one of the things the survey shows us whenever we do one is that relationships are the key. You know, I know when we were working on creating the cornerstones, there's a reason why the relationship one in that list is at the bottom. And it just is the foundation for everything else we do. So I am so glad we do surveys like this so we can know where we have work to do. It's always nice to hear the strengths and the good things that we're doing, but we need to look at where we're not meeting needs. And so it just gives us, it's that snapshot in time, I know. But it's good feedback for everybody from the building level on. I don't really have any questions for you, but I just really appreciate the in-depth analysis of what our feedback is, and that we continue to do this. So I will thank you for that and move on.
Thank you, Madam. Ms. Kinsella.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't.
We're hopping around
fully
today.
Catch it.
Yeah.
But thank you. Yes, I love data. I know this is the kind of data I like to look at because it truly, it's all of our stakeholders, right? Maybe not all of them responded, but it's pretty representative. And as we already spoke to the student, or at least we spoke and heard from the students today, the fact that they have some of the least favorable responses, I'm looking to learn more from them within each building, which is why I'm going to request if board members, when they're ready, if board members could have the school level surveys so that we can better understand and support our schools and school communities. I feel like we've said this so many times within the past year, and I guess it's just an ongoing phrase, you know, there's always more work to do. And this is such a roadmap for us. So I'm glad that we do it annually because feedback is how we know what we better need to do outside of academic data. So thank you for your work on this, and I look forward to the school level reports.
Ms. Shea.
Thank you so much. I wholeheartedly second Ms. Kinsella's request for us to be able to see the school level reports for each of our schools, just to have a better understanding at a more granular level. I just have two things that really jumped out at me while I was going through this, and then I did a bit of a deeper dive in that comprehensive document you shared with us, so I appreciate that. One of them is what Ms. Ogburn brought up with the bullying question, which is one of the places where all of our stakeholders agreed that that was something we needed to work on, with actually a majority of students indicating that bullying was a problem at their school. And so that really jumped out at me. I would, if we have it, I would love to see if those trends look differently for different ages. So for elementary school, middle school, and high school, how that slushes out, as well as by locality. Are there like matriculation patterns in which it seems to be more prevalent or less prevalent? I think that look at the data may be informative. It may not, but that may inform us. And then as we look at next year, surveying around this topic, so the question was stated, bullying, including bullying on devices like cell phones, computers, and tablets, is not a problem at this school. And so I wonder if we can kind of bifurcate between digital bullying versus in the building bullying, because I think that would also be very informative. All right, and then the second piece that really jumped out at me that I thought was really interesting was under relationships, that one of the things that staff thought was an opportunity for growth was to be involved in decision making. And I can say from this side of things, looking at how deeply our superintendent cares about the voices of all stakeholders, but also so intentionally spends time with all different types of staff, support staff, counselors, revamping the TAC program. Staff input to decision-making is so important to her and her team. And so, and us. And so I was a little confused and concerned to see that on the list of opportunities for relationships, because it's not what I see from this direction. And we want all of our staff's voice to be heard and to feel like it's valued, because we do value it. And so I was a little more at peace when I deep dove into it to find, well, actually, while it is one of our opportunities for growth, 84% of the staff agree that they are part of the decision-making, with the largest group of 41% being in the completely agree, as compared to 3% being in the completely disagree. And so anyway, just to say, I think, and to publicly put on record, we are always looking for opportunities to engage in genuine discussions with all of our stakeholders. I know I try to reach out to all my teachers or staffs at the beginning of the year in my buildings and say, I'll come have lunch with y'all. I just want to know what's going on with you and what your concerns are. But I think all my colleagues echo the same thing. And so just as we can continue to have genuine feedback, but this superintendent cares so much and so deeply about all stakeholder input and really takes it to heart. So.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that. And as I mentioned it earlier, but it's also good to reiterate it. This is just the highest and lowest. Just because it's on the lowest side doesn't mean that it was a very negative response on our items. And so the means
says how high everything else was.
Exactly. And when you dig into the data, that's exactly what you find.
Ms. Atkins.
Thank you so much for your work, and I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Dr. Hinton, so quickly, on slide 4, I see the response numbers, excuse me, but what would also have been helpful for me, or will be helpful for me, is the total population size of each of those groups. I don't know if you have that, but if you could get that to me, that'd be great. Get it to us, rather. Also, I noted that the school level reports will be available to principals by July. Question I'm curious about, will this be an actual further breakdown of the data so we can compare the responses and response rates by school, primary, secondary levels, and districts so we can have a more pointed analysis of the data?
Yes, so the school level reports will give you the school level means for each item in comparison to the level. So you can compare that elementary school to the all elementary schools and then the district level as well. So it does give you a much more kind of in-depth dive.
Thank you so much for that clarity. The parent response rates were significantly low, 15.2%, compared to the student and staff responses, which are a little over 62 to 63%. How many total questions or survey items were there? Do you know offhand?
I don't know offhand. The survey is fairly lengthy. I do have to say that. We're covering a lot of, components of our plan. And, definitely families are the response group that we have the hardest time reaching. I was encouraged to at least see that we were making some gains in that area, but it's still a lot of work to do.
So that being said, the question, I'm sure that survey fatigue contribute to that, but do you think the number of survey questions and or items may have also played a role?
Potentially. Most of our families who start the survey are completing it. It's really kind of just getting our parents to engage, and I think to your point, there was so much electronic communication coming at them, and there's always a lot of communication coming. So we have to figure out a way to kind of set this apart and let everyone know how important it is to us moving forward. But to your point about the number of survey items, that's something we can take a look at to see if every item is needed, and we do a review with our DLT every year on that.
That'd be awesome. I mean, just would love for that number to increase. So after reviewing the student survey responses, I'm going to make a generalization. It appears that our students desire learning that is applicable to real life, culturally relevant, and they desire a school community that is safe and inclusive to all school students. I found this very encouraging because our students' responses show some alignment with our strategic goals Ms. Kinsella outlined in our strategic plan, Destination 2025. So thank you for that. It was broached, and I'm not going to go in depth as they have in regards to the bullying piece, but when I did look at the data, the survey results, there's a stark contrast between students' perception of bullying as a problem and staff's and parents' perception of bullying as a problem. We've seen on some of the social media platforms, students shared experiences with bullying. And I'm hopeful, Dr. Cashwell, that our programs, such as our equity ambassadors, will continue to help us move towards a more inclusive and tolerant school community. But generally speaking, outside of the anonymous alerts tools, could you briefly speak to the intentional efforts being placed on identification and bullying prevention efforts to help create safer school environments for all of our students, if not you, somebody on staff?
I don't see anyone hopping up for that, and I know some of it was covered with our social, emotional, and wellness teams in prior presentations, but I'll add this data point is definitely something that has our attention at the central level as well around bullying. You've all mentioned it. And so in addition to the data that's come forth in this survey, we have some additional data pieces, data sets that we receive from our students on similar topics. So the name of the survey is escaping me right now, and Dr. Hinton, you may know it.
Every year, it's actually a state survey. It's the Virginia School Safety Survey, and we participate in that as well, so it's another data source.
That's a state survey, and you had the exact name, and so it asks some questions of students, and again, the response rates are high because we're asking this of all of our students that really dig a little deeper into some of the pieces that we cover on a higher level in this survey. So we're really drilling down into that data, sharing that data with our teams who support our school counselors, school psychologists, and administrators. so that there's a broader awareness. And I think Mrs. Shea kind of spoke to this, to try to cull out, is this the reason students are bullied? Is it based on their culture, their race, their religion? Does it have something to do with, is this more in the digital arena versus the in-person arena? Are there trends we're seeing at specific schools, at specific grade levels? So certainly we're digging deeper into that to make sure that we are responsive in the most appropriate ways. You mentioned some really important tools like the anonymous alerts. Some schools have specific things they do within their school counseling teams where students can, request appointments that are in a way that it's very confidential and private. But, we're going to keep drilling down into that to make sure that we, if we need to shift gears or add some efforts that are responsive to what we're really hearing from our students, that we do that, because this is certainly something that has our attention as well.
Well, Ms. Ogburn alluded to a great point in regards to the foundation of our cornerstones, our relationships, but notice the bookend, if you will. At the very bottom is relationships, but at the top is safety and wellness. And so there's a congruency with that in regards to the perception and reality. And I'm appreciative, that's why I asked specifically the intentionality of our efforts, because we want to make sure that our students, our families, our staff know that this is something that is high priority for us, because we want our children to we always talk about it, if you're hungry, you can't learn, right? So we're intentional about feeding our children. If you don't have access and opportunities, sometimes it's hard to be successful. But if you're frightened, or if you're, if you are being bullied, that is very preventative for your ability to be successful in your studies and your academics. So thank you for you all's tag team answer to that, and look forward to hearing more about that, Dr. Cashwell. Thank you so much, Dr. Hinton, for your work and your team's work as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Cashwell.
All right. Thank you again, Dr. Hinton. So moving on to a number of policies this afternoon. So again, the policy committee has been busy at work, and I'll just remind everyone that the policy team is really looking to do a couple of things: make sure our policies reflect the practices that are underway in our schools, that we're responsive to legislative changes, and that we are making sure that, again, these reflect the needs of the division. So that work is ongoing and tremendous. And again, want to thank the policy committee as well as the two board members, Mrs. Kinsella and Mrs. Ogburn, who serve on that committee, for their work. So the next list gets lengthy, approving some policies we reviewed previously and looking at some policies for review for the first time. But for the first one, I am recommending to the board that you rescind the policy that had currently been adopted a number of times by the board. This is item 7.04. The resolution regarding the temporary suspension of school board policies. And this was, of course, in response to COVID and the emergency order that had been in place. And given that expiring on June 30th, my recommendation is that the board rescind this at the time.
Is there a motion to rescind the resolution regarding temporary suspension of school board policies?
So moved.
They moved by Ms. Kinsella. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Atkins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The resolution to rescind has been approved.
Thank you. Next, seeking your approval of proposed retirement, the retirement of the policy P4-09-017.
Can I ask a?
Certainly.
So this is actually a general question that I should know the answer to, but I don't. So I'm going to ask you, Dr. Cashwell.
Well,
I know we post all of these policies to our webpage for feedback. If we get feedback, would you share that with the board?
Absolutely.
So to assume I haven't heard feedback, you haven't passed it on, would mean that feedback hadn't been provided.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure as we're going through and approving some of these, I just thought.
It's a great question.
Okay, perfect. I'm good.
Thank you, Ms. Shea. Any other questions from board members? None being heard. Is there a motion to approve proposed retirement of policy P4-09-017, salary advances for teachers?
So moved.
Been moved by Mrs. Shea. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Ogburn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The retirement of the policy has been approved.
Thank you. Next, seeking your approval of proposed revisions to policy P6-03-002.
Is there a motion to approve proposed revisions to policy P6-03-002, entrance requirements documentation?
So moved.
Been moved by Mrs. Ogden. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Atkins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The policy has been approved.
Thank you. Next, seeking the board's approval of proposed revisions to policy P6-03-008, which had been titled Overage Pupils, now titled Overage Students.
Is there a motion to approve proposed revisions to policy P6-03-008, overage students?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Kinsella. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Shea. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. The policy has been approved.
Thank you. Recommending that the school board approve the proposed revisions to policy P6-12-001, activity fees.
Is there a motion to approve proposed revisions to policy P6-12-001, activity fees?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Ogden. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Shea. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The policy has been approved.
Thank you. Also seeking the board's approval of proposed revisions to policy P6-19-021.
Is there a motion to approve proposed revisions to policy P6-19-021?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Kinsella. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Shea. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. The policy's been approved.
Thank you. Next, seeking the board's approval of proposed revisions to policy P6-20-002.
Is there a motion to approve proposed revisions to policy P6-20-002?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Atkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Ogburn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The policy's been approved.
Thank you. Next, I'm seeking your approval of 4 policies which actually have not had any revisions but are being approved as we recommend that policies be reviewed and then brought back at an every 5-year cycle. So this is policy P7-03-004, P7-09, -001, P6-03-014, and P6-06-001.
Is there a motion to approve the multiple unchanged policies?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Ogburn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Atkins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The policies have been approved.
Thank you. Next, I'm seeking your approval, along with a waiver of the 30-day review period, to approve proposed revisions to policy P4-08-012, compensatory time, so that we can align with recent legislative changes as well as current practice in HCPS.
Is there a motion to waive the 30-day review period and approve proposed revisions to policy P4-08-012, compensatory time?
So moved.
Been moved by Mrs. Kinsella. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ogburn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. The policy has been approved.
Thank you. Next, I'm recommending that the board waive, again, the 30-day review period and approve the proposed changes made to comply with legislative changes to policy P6-02-005, absences and excuses.
Is there a motion to waive the 30-day review and period and approve proposed revisions to policy P6-02-005, absences and excuses?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Ogburn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Atkins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The policy has been approved.
Thank you. Next, recommending that the school board waive the 30-day review period and approve the proposed changes made to comply with legislative changes to policy P6-09-004, currently accidents and serious illness, which, if approved, will become policy P6-09-004, newly named Management of Students Who Sustain a Concussion.
Is there a motion to waive the 30-day review period and approve proposed revisions to policy P6-09-004, accidents and serious illness?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Kinsella. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Shea. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. The policy has been approved.
Thank you. Asking that the school board waive the 30-day review period and approve the proposed changes made to comply with legislative changes to policy P6-12-013, student athlete concussions.
Is there a motion to waive the 30-day review period and approve proposed revisions to policy P6-12-013, student athlete concussions?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Atkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Ogburn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The policy has been approved.
Thank you. Next, seeking the board's, waiver of the 30-day review period and your approval of the proposed new policy, P6-12-014, the use of unmanned aircraft or drones to allow, again, for these to be used for instructional purposes in Henrico County.
Awesome. Is there a motion to waive the 30-day review period and approve? Oh, yes, Ms. Shea?
I'm sorry. We're on drones, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. There's so many. When I'm reading the drone policy, it says that the use must be approved in writing by the superintendent or designee. Is there a reason that principals are not included in that list, or is that part of the designee?
If you don't mind, I'll weigh in. When we were doing this policy has been, we have talked about this and talked about this. This has gone through risk management. It is incredible.
Have you droned on about
We
it?
have droned on and on about it. But this one, the designee, if I am correct, the designee can be the principal, but that's why it was worded that way, because this can be at the building site. It could be, Mr. Baton at a site with CTE students. We didn't want to say principal because there are so many places where a principal would not be the designee. So that's why this one was one of those very carefully worded, but I'll throw out kudos to the team that has investigated this one, and Dr. Teigen could weigh in on, there have been so many people that have looked at this policy to try and figure out how to enable our teachers to use drones legally on school property, because you have to remember there are FAA guidelines. There are all kinds of, the bureaucracy is in the way of this, and so they have mined their way through it. It's been a labor of love, and the teachers at Tucker are so excited because they have drones gathering dust waiting for this policy to pass. Ergo the 30-day waiver, and so they'll be ready in September to.
Well, I appreciate that clarification, because often Dr. Teigen is the superintendent's designee for various things, and I'm just thinking about as a teacher, all the things I would want to do with an individual class, and for that to have to go through all the red tape to get to one of the two of you, or a sporting event or those sorts of things. And so being able to delegate it as appropriate to building level designees has my full support.
Well, and this one, the regulations for this one spell out exactly what needs to be done for the process to fly drones. So the regulation on this one covers all of the ways teachers and staff need to cross the T's and dot the I's. So this one was difficult. So thank you, Dr. Teigen and Ms. Gumpel and everybody else who worked on that one. So I'll make a motion that, that we approve this one, waive the 30 days, and let's get this one going. I think it started in September, if I'm right, Dr. Teigen?
Well,
so yes, I'll make that motion.
Thank you so much for your enthusiastic
I am.
motion.
I want this one done.
Well, I'll second it.
Well, thank you for your
welcome.
second. So it's been moved by Mrs. Ogburn and seconded by Mrs. Shea. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ayes have it. We are enthusiastically approving this policy.
Thank you. All right, now moving on from approvals to reviews of proposed changes to policies, some of which I'm recommending come back to the board for approval August 12th and others later in August to allow for public input and review. And so the next one I have for you is a review of proposed policy changes to P4-03-004, professional development.
Board members, are there any questions or comments on this policy?
I think, didn't we?
I missed
medium
one. I missed
remote
one.
Locations.
P2-04-006, electronic participation in meetings from remote locations.
Board members, are there any questions or comments on this policy?
Yeah, I'll just comment that this is some really necessary changes. For the public who may not be aware, we, outside of state of emergency, fully virtual meetings and the caveats there, we're each limited to 2 meetings a year to participate virtually for a list of reasons, and the increased flexibility to the 25% is important, while we all strive to be here in person, the flexibility to be able to access meetings and serve our constituents is an important piece.
Absolutely. And if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I will echo that, but also note that this one, this was changed at the state level, and we had a number of people across the state who had family members who had just different things that would happen, that this allows for their participation virtually. But as I have shared with the board, there is a movement afoot to continue this work post-pandemic, post-emergency, that, and if we remember our committees and different groups that could not meet virtually during the pandemic. So there are people and working on that. I think if nothing else, we've learned that we need to be a little more flexible, and hopefully this is the beginning of that.
Well, the intent of FOIA, sorry, I know I'm not supposed to be conversational, but the intent of FOIA is to increase access.
Absolutely.
And increase public access to the things that we do.
Absolutely.
And we've learned a lot over COVID. And, we were talking, earlier, Mr. Jinks was sharing that we've had quite a bit of community engagement in, virtual meetings and town halls and that sort of thing. And so I am hoping the legislation will continue that work, because it truly is in line with what I believe the heart of FOIA is, to increase transparency and access. So, okay, I'm done.
Absolutely.
It's all right. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Madam Superintendent.
All right, now to a review of the proposed revisions to policy P4-03-004, professional development.
Board members, are there any questions or comments on this policy?
Okay, hearing no questions, looking at a review of proposed revisions to policy P4-05-016, employee conduct.
Board members, are there any questions or comments on this policy?
Hearing no questions, next looking at a review of the proposed revisions to policy P6-11-001, school meal program.
Any questions?
Okay, want to give a proper wait time. No questions there at this time. So looking next at revisions that are proposed to policy P6-18-001, student education records.
Any questions, comments?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to, well, this one, we are just changing a small amount of information here, and I think Dr. Cashwell might be good. This is a whole cluster of policies that we are changing and adding a little bit of information to. Some of these are big changes and some of them are not. This one is adding a student's legal name and sex assigned at birth. This is a little bit different. Again, this is based on some DOE policy guidelines that we have received. I think we have a group. You were going to talk about that, or should we wait for the next one? Or
I'm happy to address that,
Go
Mrs.
right
Blackburn,
ahead.
if
Go
that's
right
your
ahead.
request. Certainly, a number of policies beginning with this one, 7.21 agenda item, and several following the changes the policy committee tackled are responsive to new legislation that really looks specifically at school boards being asked to adopt transgender policy that's based on or consistent with the VDOE model policy. And I know that's what the policy committee has worked towards here, looking at our current policies and making appropriate revisions to those to bring those into line, again, responsive to that legislative change that goes into effect in the coming school year. And you will note that I mentioned some policies would come back to you for your approval at the first August meeting and others at the second August meeting, wanting to be sure that we allow enough time for board members to have a good look at the proposed reviews. We'll of course always seek public input, as Mrs. Shea suggested. And so that's why you see the difference there with a number of these others, to be sure we're prepared to answer any questions you may have and be responsive to any changes you may suggest.
I don't have any questions about this policy or suggestions. I just think we need to,
Absolutely.
this is that group of policies that we're discussing right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Catchwell, as you're providing clarity around that, to the clarity that these policies are being updated, some with just a few words to be in line with legislative requirements.
That's correct.
How different does that look from the practice that we've had in our buildings for years?
The VDOE model policy that the legislation requires us to be consistent with does mirror current practice in our schools.
Any other questions for Dr. Cashwell? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Gillisella.
I guess I have a question, just if Dr. Cashwell could provide clarity, that around the state and speaking with other superintendents, are all boards responding to recent legislation in the same way with their policies?
Given it's newer legislation and some of this came forward during a pandemic, I know that any boards are tackling any number of issues just as you all have. And so the timeline, while the legislation takes effect July 1, that school boards are to be responsive. I think we've seen some boards who tackled this sooner, others who are still working towards those revisions. And others may have found that their policies were already in line, so there wouldn't be any action to take. So I think it varies across localities.
Thank you for that point of clarity.
Dr. Cashwell?
Okay, no other questions on that one. All right, so the next one is a review of proposed revisions to policy P6-18-006, disclosure of record data. And you can see the proposed changes there.
And this one, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I will wade in on this one. The thing about this one that I'd like to say is I look at it, it's our primary responsibility as a board. We pass policies, we want them to be reflective of what we actually do, which is what Ms. Kinsella was just referring to. But I think we have to be so careful to clearly express our expectations of our staff, our students, our administrators. If we have expectations, our policies should show them. But we also need policies that meet the needs of our kids, which is what we're all here for. And so, when I look at policy, I think it's no small feat to meet all of those standards, that we get it all right. So, but I look at an ambiguous policy, it's basically, to me, it's bad policy. And this one, I would have to say, qualifies in that in two ways, because there are two phrases that I think we need to work on. So that's something that either goes back to the lawyers or back to the policy committee, because this one starts with a request for access to records is made by an authorized person. But it doesn't say who that authorized person is. And it doesn't define, I can't find a definition of authorized persons. Unless somewhere else there is a definition for authorized persons, then we need to refer to that, where to find that. Because I have, and I know we've all experienced this, and that's why I bring it up, where a grandparent will call and ask a question, where a brother, sister, and we need to be sure that they need to know what an authorized person is. Who is authorized to make a request for disclosure about access to records? I've had grandparents call me. They think they have the ability, and then ultimately they don't. That's an example I'll give. But so I just think we need a refinement there on that, those two words. And again, if it can refer to a definition, I think that's one thing that Ms. Atkins and I have talked about, that for some of these policies, we do need some definitions. And definitions here would help as to who is authorized. But the next one is what's in bold in that policy. And it's just a couple of words, but I think they are just really problematic, because it says all school personnel shall adhere to legal standards of confidentiality. Legal standards of confidentiality, I would challenge just about anyone in this room other than the lawyers to tell me what that means. And so I don't know how we can expect a student to say, yes, my information was held to that standard. A student says, okay, my information has been protected in that way. They don't know what that means. So again, if a definition works here, let's put it in there. But most people know what the word confidential means, but when we're talking about policy, I worry when we put the word legal standards. Parents are going to go, wait a minute, do I have to have a lawyer tell me what that means? It's just, again, it's ambiguous. Therefore, to me, it's a problem. And so I brought this up at the policy committee. I'm going to bring it up here. I think when we do this, it's got to be crystal clear what we expect. And our staff members are going, when it says all school personnel, our staff members are going to go, wait a minute, I've got to have this to a legal standard, but I don't know what it is.
I would.
You understand my question?
I do, and I've taken note of that, and certainly we'll get some clarification there and look at adding some definitions. I think you're right. Everywhere we can give clarity, we should.
Absolutely.
I would note, just for purposes of the meeting, even beyond this policy revision, sort of relates that our staff who handle information, student records, are trained, and they do know the legal definition, and they're required to engage in training around FERPA. That includes our teachers. That includes any staff who deal with anything that would fall under student record and information. And so that is a requirement that we also train any of our personnel. And that's something that's ongoing, but certainly embedding some of that language and definitions in the policy is something we can work towards.
And again, I look at that from a school point of view, I think we're probably pretty covered, but as protecting the student, I'm thinking as a student looking at that going, well, was that afforded to me? I don't know. Because the student's not going to understand what that standard is. So again, I think just for clarity of the people reading it and the people we're trying to protect with our policies, it needs to be clear.
Yeah,
I don't know if anybody else agrees, but.
Yeah, as we continue to go through some of the review of the policies, it's important to note that this is beginning discussions.
Absolutely.
And I just want to make it clear, so Sandston, Varana, and Highland Springs, I'm getting your messages, and this is beginning conversations. And it's important to ask questions and share your thoughts as we continue to do the same things publicly. And oftentimes, this is just an example, but there are policies where we may not understand what the definition of words are. So for these particular ones around what the VDOE is asking us to do and looking at the model they provided, we're trying to see what makes sense specific for our school communities here in Henrico County, and understanding the definition of some of the terminology that we are talking about is critical in practicing it. It's important in understanding it to the parent and to the student. And so Mrs. Ogborn is spot on in making sure that we provide, whether we call it definitions or whatever term, glossary is probably a better word than definition. I would probably go with glossary, but in making sure that we understand what these terms mean. So even the term trans, understanding what they mean is important. The second piece, when I think about authorizing, and you triggered a thought on that, Dr. Cashwell, can you help me? I know as a parent, when we enroll our children in the school, there is a form. I wonder if that form is being used as an authorized individual, similar to the bus, or is authorized completely different? And to Ms. Ogburn's point, what is it?
Yeah, so certainly when parents are registering their students, they can list, for example, students who are authorized to pick up the student and they're absent, or if we do an early release, who is authorized to receive, for example, their kindergartner at the bus stop, or they're authorized to be released to a child care provider, that kind of thing. But when it comes to records release or any information that's protected under FERPA, student information, there are specific guidelines of who that can be released to, and it wouldn't be that you might be an authorized pickup person, but our registrars, our school administrators, and those who have that sensitive information and house it understand, even if someone were to call you, like you said, a grandparent, what cannot be released, and then our teachers are even trained in the same way. So when discussing a student or any of their relevant information, who that authorized person is.
I think it's important to understand that, because the overarching understanding of what I've just learned, there are many families who may call, just as your example. So I think even beyond just this policy, I think it would be helpful to communicate that to families and understanding what information can be shared as an authorized person. Absolutely. So thank you for that. That's all I have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Atkins and Mrs. Ogburn. Any other questions for Dr. Cashwell? All right, Dr. Cashwell.
Hopefully I didn't lose my place. I believe next we're looking at the review of proposed revisions to policy P6-18-008, transfer of record data to a third party.
Any questions?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm gonna jump in a lot here. I mean, I have lived and breathed these policies for a couple of weeks. This one, my question would be basically in the middle. I'm gonna pull it up. Where it says, hold on, it says that school and staff administrations will follow administrative guidance. And that is, I just want to point you to the right place. Hold on, it's added, hold on, I'm sorry. I've got to find it. It's 06, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong one, I'm sorry. We're in 08, right? I'm sorry, I had opened the wrong one. It's in the bold section where it says, for purposes of standardized testing, official transcripts, et cetera, school staff and administrators will follow administrative guidance to avoid the inadvertent disclosure of such information. But it doesn't tell us what that guidance needs to contain. It doesn't tell us who it comes from. And those two words, administrative guidance, I think are open to interpretation, which again, to me is ambiguous. That means it can be done incorrectly. And again, I will repeat, I think ambiguous is not our friend. So to me, the concern I have about the words administrative guidance would be, can it be different from building to building? One thing our policy is supposed to do is cover all of our students and all of our, and be overarching for our staff. So I wonder what we mean there by administrative guidance, and I'd like to know how do we control that, is for lack of a better word, from building to building, so that we give consistent and equitable information to our families across the district, and it's enforceable, that way.
So noted,
That's
and
my
I
question.
think that's something that not only has implications for policy, but potentially regulation, more specifically when we think about the administrative process associated with the policy. So I've taken note of that feedback.
Okay.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next, looking at proposed revisions to policy P6-18-011, conditions and procedures for amending content of the student's education record.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay, also looking at proposed revisions to policy P7-14-001, authorization, responsibility.
That one, yeah, I'm sorry. Do you want to go first on this one, or do you have comments, Ms. Atkins, or do you want me to jump in, or?
You can start.
It's up to you. All right, I'll dive in. This one, it's interesting to me that the name of this policy doesn't indicate what it's really about. And this one, one of the first issues I have is it says, to the extent possible, schools shall eliminate or reduce. And Ms. Atkins and I have talked about this. Which word is it? Eliminate or reduce? The practice of segregating students by gender. Because if you eliminate, you can't reduce. If you reduce, you can't. I mean, to me, I don't think we need both words. I would like us to have just the word reduce, the practice to the extent possible. Because if you eliminate the use of segregating students, I mean, just to me, it's not logical. I don't know if anybody else thinks that's a weird wording. I know this is DOE wording, but it just seems interesting to me that it's worded that way. I don't think it's smooth. But I'm also looking at the sentence, schools can work to meet the needs of students on a case-by-case basis. Can indicates they don't have to. And our practice is to work with students on a case-by-case basis. So I think the word can, I know it's just one word, but it's a very meaningful word here. I think this is something we expect our schools to do.
Exactly. If I may.
No, go right ahead, jump in.
I sit on the policy committee with Ms. Ogburn, and of course, the board has reviewed, not knowing that we're in compliance in our schools, but now trying to be in compliance in policy. We went round and round, if you recall, Ms. Ogburn, to the extent possible was how the intent, I believe, of the legislation is for schools to eliminate or reduce, and we struggled with what did that mean, right? So we're saying to the extent possible, we'll eliminate it. And where we can't eliminate it, and if I might ask Dr. Cashwell, or specifically Dr. Tigan, who was involved in this discussion, and who's actually in our schools that better understands, to be able to give specific examples where we cannot completely eliminate the practice.
Yeah, I think I can speak to that a bit. And certainly feedback is noted, and this is something we can continue to work on as we receive feedback, wanting to make it as clear and as practicable as possible as schools are working through this. I mean, this does mirror, I think, the VDOE model policy language, but certainly that, we can continue to massage it to get to the intent that is met here. But certainly the intent of the model policy was understanding that there are some times when there may be gender-specific activities, and that the intent wouldn't be that you eliminate all of those, but that to the extent possible, you would be considering all of your activities and whether or not that was appropriate for the given activity. And so you think about, for example, Girls on the Run, or some of the other programs that schools have. We know that in, for example, family life education, there are lessons where students are intentionally separated by gender. And so, again, recognizing that in all cases, that wouldn't be eliminated, but that schools would look across, particularly their extracurricular activities and other practices throughout the day, to determine the extent to which they're doing that. But again, I think feedback taken on the language to make sure that we're getting at the intent there.
And see, that's, again, I think this is ambiguous. And so I think our intention needs to really be reflected in our words, because in practice, we are a very inclusive county, and we allow kids to participate by gender identity. I mean, and it says that in this policy, and obviously it does say we're sticking to the sports and VHSL guidelines. But for example, if there are exceptions for family life, or, because that's, again, I've told the board members and Dr. Cashwell and Dr. Tigan, that's the question I get the most often as far as this policy would be concerned, would be, what about family life? And so I have looked at what other counties are doing, and other counties are allowing students to participate in family life based on their gender identity. One thing we have talked about is the possibility of having an opt-in program where parents, because occasionally you'll find a parent who's not reading the curriculum, they get too busy, whatever. I know now parents can opt out of family life, but you know, I wonder if we need to tweak this a bit, if there are exceptions, or if we need to add more information in a regulation about how something's handled. And just to remind everyone, the difference is the policy is what's written here. The regulation is the nitty gritty details, the how, the what, the exceptions, it's like the fine print. And it gives everybody the details they need to know. But if we're going to handle family life in a different way, then we need to say that somewhere. Or if we're going to do this on a case-by-case basis, then we can say that. I just think we need to add a little bit more here to make it clearer as to what we're doing. I don't know, Ms. Atkins, anybody else have a thought on this?
I'll chime in a little bit. This is one of those areas where history is important.
Sure.
And if you understand the history, particularly when we're talking about LGBTQ groups, and knowing that it dates back to 1969 in civil unrest and police brutality. And then you get to, and so there was a group of LGBTQ individuals who were empowered to speak up against police brutality against this particular group of people. Then you get to 1999 when you have the month of June dedicated for LGBTQ groups from President Clinton at that time. And then you move forward to 2020 when you have, and keep me honest, I want to say the Virginia Act law, Human Rights Act. Right. And so you get to 2020, you have that, and then you get to April when you have the VDOE provide model policies for local divisions to use. And understanding that positive change has happened, and there's more positive change that needs to happen. And so having the conversation in these beginning phases helps us get there, which is another way of what you've said.
Right.
However, it is a tough conversation, and it's a personal conversation. And as policymakers, it's important to also make sure that we understand our different communities and how they feel, and families as well. So when you speak of family life, that is a very personal family decision, and the opportunity to opt out allows families to say, I don't think that my child is ready for that discussion for whatever reason, and it doesn't need to be known what that reason is. So with that, I don't see family life being impacted with this policy because families own whether they want their child to participate or not. So I'm a bit confused with that statement. On the other piece, I do agree with, the sentence says schools can work to meet the needs of students on a case-by-case basis. I do agree, instead of saying can, say will.
Will.
That's just a very intentional move to say that we're going to look at the uniqueness of every situation that's brought forward, and not all of them are. Right. So I agree. Remove can and put will there.
Or must, or
Well,
whatever.
I just think
Yeah,
will.
Will.
Let's
Right.
just keep it easy, you know.
Keep it easy.
As our
And
colleagues
again,
say,
that's very
less is
clear.
better and clean.
Right.
As far as the first sentence, given the explanation by Mrs. Kinsella, as well as some examples by Dr. Cashwell, I think that does make sense.
Okay.
One, because we are in beginning phases. And two, I understand that it's going to take time to digest and understand and educate our communities on what we're doing. This does not mean, even if we get to August or whenever it comes to us, that it cannot continue to be worked on. I think how it is, with the exception of the word can, is spot on for this moment.
Okay.
And I think that, and I say in this moment because I know other discussions are going to happen, but I think this is how we start. I think this is how we move. It is specifically speaking on behalf of O'Brien Estates and Highland Springs, but I would imagine that there are students and their parents paying attention saying, wow, they are brave enough to have the conversation in a way that's inclusive with many different lenses. And for our staff, I think to give our staff the opportunity to digest this as well. And this is where that glossary makes sense. Some will read this and not get what gender identity is. The glossary or definition or whatever you call it is so necessary because I think whatever misinformation is out there would be corrected. It's also the opportunity to educate what some of the words in this mean. To some, when they say gender identity, you may be thinking, oh, that's just when I see someone visually, I'll use myself, you think I'm female. I may be non-conforming, right? So there are some terms that I think that are important to this conversation. However, I think this is a great start. And I think this is the way that we move forward. So that's my thoughts on this.
Well, and the question I would have is where we move from here as far as definitions, include what was going to be included. I would assume it would be how do we do that? Where do we want it? I would point all of you, I shared with you the Fairfax County policy that was adopted actually in October of 2020 before the Department of Education guidance came in. I am particularly impressed, I guess is the right word, with some of the wording that was used there. It's very inclusive, but also they have a list of definitions we can look at, and they have a way that they have formatted their work. One of the things that I look at with the Fairfax policy that impressed me was the fact that it is very much together. It is grouped in a way that's easy to find. It's very, the wording is very understandable. I think it's very clear. So, as we oftentimes do, try not to reinvent the wheel. So I would, if you have the opportunity, I suggest that you read that. I have also shared it with Ms. Gumpel, so the policy committee can look at it and read it. And it takes this particular policy and actually simplifies it, and it's even more inclusive. So I just think this is one, I think Ms. Atkins is right. Let's get some feedback from folks. Because obviously this is this is, for some people, a difficult conversation. And we are already in practice very inclusive in our schools. And so we don't have, we are meeting the kids' needs with bathroom issues, locker room issues, questions in that way. And, but again, I point to family life. I think that's just something we need to ask for some guidance on, possibly, if that needs to be handled. I think, again, that's to the extent possible, does give us the flexibility in here, but I think feedback will tell us as we go forward, because this is going to, again, we said this earlier, that we generally don't introduce topics over the summer. We did with the calendar because of the timing of this, the timing of the Department of Education model policies. This is our first opportunity to talk about it based on the timing. It happens to have happened in the summer. And so I think it's important for us to say that and make people aware that we are tackling a sensitive issue, and it is one that's very important, and we're doing it at the time that it was given to us. And so, you know, like you said, this will be one for August and beyond as we get more into the other policies we need to review.
All right, I've taken note of the feedback thus far, and I think as you well pointed out, we're at the beginning, and so we'll, of course, as we do with all of our policies, be posting proposed revisions, getting feedback that way as well, and actually for this block of policies, including the next one, looked at not bringing it back for your approval until the 26th of August, but that gives another August meeting to look at it once again as a board and give any more feedback you have in this very same format. So one more that kind of goes along with this same set of legislative driven changes, and that is the review of proposed revisions to policy P11-10-001, community partnerships.
Any questions?
Okay, on to a different topic. This is also some policy revisions, and these policies have been revised to align with the legislative change of the term status as a veteran to military status as a characteristic that is protected from discrimination. And so that affects a number of policies, again, making that terminology change to be in compliance. And that's P1-03 in non-discrimination, in P4-01-001 equal employment opportunity. Also, that change is within P6-04-004 complaints and grievances, as well as P6-04-007 non-discrimination, P9-09-001 purchasing authority as well. So again, a review of those changes in terminology within those various policies.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
All right, changing gears. I am now seeking the board's acceptance of the Department of Education Grow Your Own Teacher Pilot Program Grant Award from the Virginia Department of Education in the amount of $22,500.
Is there a motion to accept the DOE Grow Your Own Teacher Pilot Program Grant Award?
So moved.
Been moved by Mrs. Shea. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kinsella. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. The grant has been accepted.
Thank you. Next, I'm recommending the board's acceptance of $10,800 from Partners in the Arts, or PIA, grant Achievable Dreams Certified to the Achievable Dreams Certified Academy at Highland Springs Elementary School.
Ms. Atkins, is there a motion to accept the U of R Partners in the Arts Engaging Creative Thinkers Grant Award?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Ogburn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the grant has been approved.
All right, thank you. Next, please to bring the board an update on our high school redesign efforts. And I think the theme the team has been using about this journey and road trip is so appropriate as we continue the journey and continue to bring this board a number of updates about the work that's happening related to this journey. And so a big thanks and kudos to Dr. Farrell and Mr. Baton for their continued work, as well as the teams behind the scenes, a number of other folks who are heavily involved in these efforts. And so excited to bring you our next update related to this ongoing journey. Dr. Farrell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Cooper, members of the board, and Dr. Cashwell. My name is Thomas Farrell, Director of High School Education, and I'm joined by Mac Baton, Director of Workforce and Career Development, Eric Rhodes, Science Specialist, and Dan Stukes, Workforce and Career Development Specialist. We are here today to update you on the journey of high school redesign in HCPS. During our last presentation, we asked that you think about high school redesign as a road trip. We are about to embark on a journey, And today, we are revisiting our journey to share an update on the routes toward equitable, rigorous opportunities that empower all students. The focus today is around the work in progress to increase the diversity of enrollment in advanced course programming and expand the advanced pathways available to students that allow them to connect their interests and passions. When driving, the physical capacity of the roadways impact traffic congestion, and the lack of capacity can lead to bottlenecks and traffic jams. The same is true for the education highway. If we are not removing barriers and expanding opportunity, many of our students will continue to experience barriers to advanced course experiences. Making operational improvements, like adding lanes and exits, can increase roadway capacity and allow for more efficient approaches to alleviate traffic. That is the work we are sharing with you today around high school redesign, providing more entrance ramps to specialized learning experiences by proposing 2 new additional specialty centers focused on relevant career pathways and proximity to community businesses and community partners, expanding lanes of access by developing the Academy at Virginia Randolph as an additional ACE center, while also expanding the ACE centers at Hermitage and Highland Springs. And last but not least, we're starting road work to resurface our current specialty center programming and application process to improve our well-traveled roadways. Now, we want to provide more of the specifics around each of these projects. Starting with the proposed additional specialty centers, with an anticipated opening in the fall of 2022, the Varina Center for Environmental Science and Sustainability offers a unique opportunity for students to expand their understanding of environmental stewardship and sustainable energy through student-centered learning, community partnerships, and foundational academic knowledge and practices that will prepare students to be life-ready while providing a learning environment that is unparalleled in other high schools. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, employment of environmental scientists and specialists is projected to grow 8% from 2019 to 2029, much faster than the average for all occupations. Heightened public interest in the hazards facing the environment, as well as increasing demands placed on the environment by population growth, are expected to spur demand for environmental scientists and specialists. Students who participate in the Center for Environmental Science and Sustainability will learn about sustainable best practices while having experiences that will allow them to demonstrate the 6 C's of the Henrico Learner Profile and experience deeper learning through student-centered research, community-supported service learning and internships, anytime, anywhere, by utilizing the vast, majestic land such as the deep bottom area to conduct research through authentic and connected experiences that are relative to their lives and broader community. The goal of the Varina Center for Environmental Science and Sustainability is to empower students in the program to broaden their understanding of environmental and sustainability through utilizing the school and broader community as a context for learning about environmental science and sustainability, integrating interdisciplinary instruction, incorporating experiential learning that fosters the collaborative, creative, and critical thinking skills, implementing environmental service learning projects and internships, and earning college credits and industry-recognized credentials. This program prepares students for a range of post-secondary opportunities and provides avenues for students to investigate career related to the environment and sustainability. Students acquire the critical thinking skills and practices necessary to be successful in pathways after high school to become future scientists, politicians, and business leaders within our local and broader community. So why this center at Varina High School? Location is everything. There are many unique opportunities for students to focus their environmental and sustainability studies in the Varina area, ranging from environmental studies to sustainable practices. Varina High School's location allows for place-based experiential learning opportunities in places such as the James River, recreational spaces including Dory and Deep Bottom Parks, the Capitol Trail, Roundabout Creek, acres of local farm and other agricultural land, and the Henrico Water Reclamation Facility. This new specialty center will take student engagement to a different level by allowing for stronger connections to the educational needs of each student, challenging them with rigorous, meaningful, and connected courses. We believe this approach to teaching and learning provides our students with the skills and attributes outlined in the Henrico Learner Profile: creative thinker, critical thinker, collaborator, communicator, global citizen, and quality character. This educational approach will open doors and provide access to all students. Varina High School will work with central office staff and business and community partners to create on-ramps for students who have an interest in this center. Each student's path will be built around the goals the students establish in partnership with Varina High School and their families. The proposed Center for Environmental Science and Sustainability at Varina High School would offer several unique courses. Courses will be developed to take advantage of the natural resources of the Varina community that we have previously discussed. Some of the courses that will be offered to students in the proposed center are Unmanned Aerial Systems, Geospatial Technology, and Energy Demand, Sustainability, and Efficiency. You will notice that dual enrollment opportunities are being offered through these and other courses. Many of these opportunities may lead to an associate's degree. In shaping the Specialty Center, it is important to have received input from local businesses and community groups. Henrico is fortunate to have a multitude of well-established partnerships with many businesses and community partners. Although our partners could not be with us this afternoon, I would still like to recognize them for their support. Henrico County Information Technology, Henrico County Energy Management, Virginia Cooperative Extension, which includes Virginia Tech and Virginia State University, Virginia Commonwealth University Integrated Life Science and Engineering, Henrico Recreation and Parks, Henricopolis Soil and Water Conservation District, James River Association, the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation, Virginia Department of Wildlife Resources, and Virginia Dominion Energy, and also National Energy Education Department. I would also like to acknowledge the Executive Director for the Capital Region Land Conservancy, Parker Agalasto, for use of the Deep Bottom property. We appreciate the partnership, and we are excited about the long-term efforts to support our students' learning. Our initial kickoff meeting to gather input and generate ideas from our partners has already led to multiple ways in which meaningful work-based learning experiences can be afforded to students in the proposed Center for Environmental Science and Sustainability. For example, students will be able to intern with Henrico Rec and Parks, work in the Renewable Energy Lab, and experience drone and remote surveying with Dominion, and learn about natural resource management through the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation. In addition, students may earn certifications and other credentials based on the pathway they decide to take. By participating in the Environmental Science and Sustainability Center, students will have access to multiple in-demand career pathways, some of which are highlighted on this slide, including environmental scientist, ecotourism guide, social and political advocacy, and geographical information systems technician. Before I transition into the proposed additional center at Hermitage High School, because we have a pretty lengthy presentation, I will pause to answer specific questions about the proposed center for Varina High School.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farrell. We're going to begin with Mrs. Kinsella, if you don't mind.
I don't have any questions or statements at this time. I'm going to save all my comments for one time because they flow, other than I'm so excited about our 2 new centers that we're adding. I will say that, and then I'll just save all mine.
Well, to that point, Dr. Farrell, thank you for that generous offer. What is the pleasure of the board? Do you want him to keep going?
Keep going.
Okay, so Dr. Farrell, if you could, just keep pushing. Now, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to stop you in 4 minutes because we have a public hearing.
Is it 5:30?
Is it?
It's approximately at 5. So why don't we get through the allied?
Okay, no.
We said it wouldn't be before 5. So why don't we do the allied health section and then we'll pause. Is that okay?
After Allied, that's fine.
5-ish.
Yeah, 5-ish. Okay, let's proceed, Doc. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, and now we will update you on the proposed additional center for Hermitage High School with an anticipated opening in the fall of 2022. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics states that employment in healthcare occupations is projected to grow 15% from 2019 to 2029, much faster than the average for all occupations, adding about 2.4 million jobs. Healthcare occupations are projected to add more jobs than any other occupational groups. This projected growth is mainly due to an aging population, leading to greater demand for healthcare services. An Allied Health and Human Services Specialty Center would be a career pathway for students who are interested in allied health services. Students would be immersed in courses related to the allied health field while earning an advanced studies high school diploma and college credits. This specialty center is designed to progress students from basic foundations to professional certification and licensure. Students interested in a college pathway upon graduation would have the opportunity to complete a health science career study certificate prior to graduation. Many may choose to go directly into the workforce and will leave with a license or certification to have gainful employment, while others continue on the educational pathway at the community college or four-year university. So why this center at Hermitage High School? Location, location, location. As we work to create and sustain synergy with our school communities, a specialty center focused on the allied health field is a great fit for Hermitage, given the close proximity to the Hermitage ACE Center and surrounding medical facilities. Many of our potential business and community partners in the health industry are within a 10-mile or less radius. This short distance allows for ease of access and accessibility for our students and partners. In addition to the many partnerships we're developing, the demand and availability of jobs in the allied health field makes this specialty center a necessity for our students and our county. The proposed Center for Allied Health and Human Services at Hermitage High School would offer several unique courses. The courses will be designed to prepare students for in-demand careers, and the interdisciplinary learning experiences are designed to enhance student success in a healthcare pathway. Some of the courses that will be offered to students in this proposed center are Dynamics of Healthcare, Anatomy and Physiology, and Medical Laboratory Technician. You will notice that dual enrollment opportunities are being offered through these and other courses. Many of these opportunities may lead to an associate's degree. In shaping the Specialty Center, it is important to have received input from local businesses and community groups. As I stated, Henrico County is fortunate to have a multitude of well-established relationships with many businesses and community partners who are excited about this opportunity to further support our students. Although our business partners cannot be with us this afternoon, I would still like to recognize them for their support. of Reynolds Community College, Bond Secures, Parham Healthcare and Rehabilitation Center, Virginia Commonwealth University, HCA Hospital, CVS, Walgreens, Locke A. Taylor Veterinary Hospital, Tuckahoe Orthopedics, Children's Hospital of Richmond, and Henrico Fire. HCPS Health and Medical Programs currently have over 20 affiliation agreements that allow our students to complete direct patient care clinical hours. Each course has a specific number of direct patient care hours that are required to meet the Virginia Department of Health Professionals requirements to earn licensure or certification. Examples of these experiences include clinical hours for our nurse aide and practical nursing students, where our students are assigned patients and work directly under the supervision of an instructor, ride-alongs for our EMT students, working with our athletic trainers for sports medicine and practical hours inside pharmacy and for pharmacy tech students. These experiences are completed in acute care, long-term care, medical facilities, and home health. The healthcare partners are willing to expand these opportunities for our students and are excited that HCPS is leading the way in meeting their growing demands for qualified employees. By participating in the Allied Health and Human Services Center, students will have access to multiple in-demand career pathways, some of which are highlighted on this slide, including registered nurses, forensic science technician, and respiratory therapists. Some of the industry certifications that students can earn while in high school include personal trainer, phlebotomy certification, and NOCTI small animal and technology certification. Future exit and entry ramps for students include medical laboratory sciences, a health sciences BS, and veterinary of science degree. Okay, at this time, I've completed the presentation for the Allied Health Services Proposed Specialty Center. Hopefully I was within the time. Reverend Cooper?
Yes, sir, Dr. Farrell. I think that you came in right on time.
Thank you, sir.
To Ms. Shea's point, and Ms. Kinsella, who seconded her, we said around 5-ish, we would have our public forum, and we have gone past 5 o'clock, and so we do have a few persons that have signed up. The next item on the agenda is the public forum. This is the time where citizens are invited to address the school board on any matter of concern about the school division. Citizens have signed up in advance. Speakers will be given 2 minutes to address the school board. We will follow the sign-up list, and the board will not hear from speakers who have not signed up in advance. Those who have signed up to speak may not relinquish their spot to someone else. We ask that each speaker come to the microphone and clearly state your names. To my left, clearly state your name and neighborhood or school affiliation. To assist you in tracking your time, there is a time-keeping system on the platform of the stage. Speakers will have a 2-minute time limit. The light will be green as you begin your remarks. The yellow light means you have 1 minute remaining. And we ask that you please stop speaking when the light turns red. The school board is here today to hear from you, the community. Speakers should speak directly to the board. We will not be responding to speakers, and as always, we appreciate your attendance here this afternoon, as always, providing your input. The first speaker for this evening is Mr. Douglas Posey. Is Mr. Posey here? Mr. Posey, are you here? The next speaker is Miss Emily Van Fossen. Ms. Van Fossen, are you here? Emily Van Fossen. The last speaker is Mr. Everton Joseph. Mr. Joseph, are you here? Dr. Farrell, you may continue. Did he leave? Oh, there he is. I didn't know if I ran him off.
No, sir.
Good evening, everyone, or afternoon. We're still close anyway. Our next step along the journey to expand access and opportunity is to begin the resurfacing of all our existing specialty centers. We have begun the process of resurfacing the current centers while continuing to build the new ones. We believe that a specialty center should be a place where a student can become fully immersed in a curriculum that connects with their interests and, most importantly, their passions. This ongoing project will require time to inform and support students to align their passions and their interests with their academic and career planning and adjust the curriculum to provide multiple pathways and attract maximum participation. For example, at the Communications Center, working with business partners from across the country, as well as in our own backyard, we have begun to widen those pathways. These new pathways will reflect more of the current needs in the communication fields, but also capitalize on the existing curriculum. Similar to resurfacing projects are ongoing at all centers, and we are working to ensure the new pathways and opportunities will be available for our students as they begin the process of applying this fall of 2021, for admission for the 2022 school year. This includes refreshing the specialty center admissions process to ensure more clarity and transparency. Continuous improvement is the goal for all specialty centers. This will require routine maintenance to ensure all pathways are future relevant and connected to industry trends. While this has happened in isolation in the past, we now understand the vision for Henrico County is more than students just graduating college and career ready. It's about preparing students to be prepared to be life ready. This means that students graduate with a plan for success. To that end, the Director of High School Education and the Director of Workforce and Career Development have maintained the current and future pathways as a team, since both play key roles to ensure a smooth transition to post-secondary opportunities. The goals for the ACE Center expansions are very straightforward, actually, and I'm very excited to talk about these. Expanding programming at the current ACE Centers will provide additional opportunities for our students to pursue work-based learning experiences that will prepare them for careers and post-secondary education. These experiences will lead students to having access to in-demand, high-wage opportunities. We will be able to serve students that we have not been able to serve in the past. With the funding for the renovation, which we are so excited about, and the expansion, this will allow us to meet the needs of the students that have been seeking opportunities in our ACE centers, but due to space constraints, were not able to enroll. We will be adding approximately 1,000 seats once the renovations, additions, and the incorporation of our new ACE at Virginia Randolph is complete. This will also allow us to capitalize on the synergies between location, business partners, job opportunities, and similar programs. Understanding that there are many different pathways to careers, it's important that we provide our students with alternative highways to help them explore and excel in a career cluster that they have an interest in. With the expansion of Hermitage ACE, we will be able to add multiple health and medical options that will not only provide additional opportunities for ACE Center students, but also connect with our newly proposed Allied Health and Human Services Specialty Center. Working in partnership with Reynolds Community College, St. Mary's, HCA, and other health and medical care providers, we will be able to offer programs in areas such as physical therapy, surgical tech, respiratory therapy, and even have a senior daycare. At Highland Springs ACE, we will be able to build on the synergy of our existing programs and capitalize on the unique opportunities such as our house building program to provide work-based learning opportunities that go far beyond the traditional classroom. We will be adding unique programs such as cybersecurity, coding, that complement popular specialty center programs such as the Center for Information Technology, just as the High Tech Academy has complemented the Engineering Center in the past, providing students with an alternative to the same career pathway. These programs will focus on similar career clusters, providing their students with additional opportunities to reach their career goals. We're excited to be creating the new and enhanced opportunities by bringing the ACE at Virginia Randolph on board. This center will continue to serve AVR, but also provide unique opportunities countywide. The synergy of these programs to the community and other ACE centers and the potential of employment opportunities will be greatly enhanced. We're also exploring ways to add unique and different opportunities to other centers. For example, adding a new opportunity for students who may be enrolled in the Center for Arts by providing them with a pathway to learn about lighting and sound. Most recently, at graduations, I had the opportunity to talk with David Diamond from Productive AV. I will be meeting with him next week to begin working on the connection for these new opportunities for our students in the Center for the Arts that may want a pathway that is a non-performing opportunity. It's easy to plan a road trip, but to ensure success and reach our destination and expand opportunities, it is necessary that we prioritize our expenses along the way. We're so excited about the financial commitment that has already been made to the ACE centers. We also know that Virginia Randolph is the next stretch of roadway, and we will be focusing on it as we continue on our journey. Planning for this trip is key. We will utilize our business partners to help provide the needed directions to ensure our students reach their destinations prepared. The journey will require insight into the conditions ahead and pre-planning for all opportunities the road ahead may hold. I want to take this opportunity to thank our Board of Supervisors, our school board, Dr. Cashwell, the county manager, for their support and advocacy for making the opportunity to expand our ACE centers possible. While we continue to work to be a leader in CTE in the region, this will allow us to serve students in ways that have not in the past been possible. We're working to ensure that the renovations and expansions will be completed, and I'm going to say this out loud so it becomes official, fall of 2023. We want to open these doors. This will ensure the students in HCPS wishing to participate in these opportunities have the chance to excel. The new ACE Center at Virginia Randolph is currently part of the proposed CIP for 2023. The timing of this fits perfectly with the renovations and expansions of our current ACE centers and will allow us to plan a countywide approach to developing all of the future CTE programming. As we begin the planning process for the proposed new specialty centers, we have some unique opportunities and want to ensure that these are included in our planning process as we begin the budget process for 22-23. Some of the considerations that need to be included will be unique opportunities through paid experiences for teachers in the summer to participate in internships in the field. Expose and meaningful connections for our teachers in the centers to the industry expectations and training. Resources and equipment that's needed to meet the needs of their new curriculum focus. Resources that will support the promotion of literature and items to explain the mission and vision of the new centers. Funding for recruitment opportunities for needed staff and students. Funding for teachers in partnership with their business and industry partners to develop curriculum, and yes, dual enrollment opportunities. As we add the new specialty center and complete the renovations of the ACE Center expansion, we need to consider the overall impact to enrollment of our comprehensive high schools. As we continue to review enrollment trends at the specialty centers, we recognize that some centers have the opportunity and the capacity to serve more students. Then 2 new proposed centers will be projected to serve up to 100 students per grade level, allowing them to serve a total of 400 additional students at both Hermitage and Verona. Understand that some of these students attending these centers will be zoned Hermitage and Verona. The overall impact to the school's projected enrollment will increase by 320 students. To establish these numbers, we made the assumption that each school will lose 80 students to the new centers when grades 9 through 12 are established. As we increase the capacity of the ACE centers to meet the needs of our students that have already expressed a desire to attend and redesign how this opportunity would affect these students by allowing these students to attend the ACE Center all day, every other day, we also will be able to adequately predict the number of seats that this would make available in each high school. For example, for the last 3 years, 382 students on average have applied for the ACE Center at Highland Springs High School. This would mean that 191 students each day would attend the ACE Center program and not be at Highland Springs High School. This would decrease the functional capacity by 191 seats. At this time, the HVA is included in these numbers. However, we do not have any trend data at this point to show how this will impact the long-term enrollment for each school. According to the projections on this slide, there will be space to expand specialty capacity at each of our high schools, with the exception of Deep Run and Glen Allen, which by our projections would be at 91.7% and 100.6% capacity, respectively. As we continue on our journey to redesign high schools in Henrico County, I would like to draw your attention to some of our upcoming stops. Refreshing the application process by the fall of 2021 for the specialty centers. April Craver, TLI specialist, with the support of the Director of High School Education and the Director of Workforce and Career Development, will lead a committee of HCPS staff to refresh this current application process. The committee will utilize information from the Office of Civil Rights, feedback collected from HCPS Equity Diversity Advisory Committee and Ford NGL, and recent focus groups information collected by various HCPS stakeholders, including central office staff, middle and high school teachers, students, parents and guardians, school counselors, and specialty center directors. We will come back to the board for approval for curriculum, and with board approval, we will be looking to begin the curriculum writing process for the new centers. And I'm excited to say the RFP for the ACE Center is expected to, has been released actually, I think in June 2021, and it's supposed to, the results are supposed to come back by July 15th. And while I was sitting here tonight, the review will be July 29th, and once again, with the completion date being fall of 2023. We also will define budget for all specialty centers and review based on visioning and needs assessment by the fall of 2021. Thank you for coming along on this journey this afternoon, and we look forward to this exciting adventures that are coming. And at this time, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Again, thank you both for the expansive presentation. We're excited to talk. Ms. Kinsella.
And what a journey it's been. I appreciate that presentation so much. As you can see, the enthusiasm from the board, I'm certain we're so grateful to have 2 new centers coming on board. And I do appreciate that the board is, I'm so happy to hear the RFP, because I was going to send thanks over to our government side for actually appropriating the funds this week, if I'm not mistaken. So really excited about that. And And then I guess this goes to more future requests. Again, I want to see the timeline now that we have the RFP, and because I want to know when design is. And I know we say it's going to be completed by X, but I'd really like to see a timeline when that becomes available. And then I think I'd like to start, Mr. Baton. Most of my questions are probably going to be for you. Though Dr. Farrell, I really appreciate the pieces of the presentation you presented. Mr. Baton, if you could just explain the difference for those folks who may be watching or watch this back, the difference between CTE and ACE centers.
Okay. Actually, the ACE centers are part of CTE. When you look at the umbrella of CTE, it actually starts in the middle school with their exposure programs through technology education, family and consumer sciences, business, and then progresses on at the high school where students have the option of JROTC, marketing, business, technology education. So it's an opportunity to explore careers. And when those students then decide, I really want to focus in on, let's say, a health and medical career, then the ACE centers are a place that they can go and get, once again, by definition of a specialty center, they can delve into something much deeper than they can at their home school to earn certifications, dual enrollment opportunities, and really start their career pathway. So the ACE Center is basically a subset under the umbrella of CTE.
Right, and if I could just, for a point of clarity, you just said that some of the CTE opportunities are available in our zone schools, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted folks to really understand that this conversation is primarily about specialty centers, which we're calling ACE, right? I think we get so used to our vernacular that we don't consider those who may not understand exactly what we're talking about. So thank you for that. And now I'm just going to say, forgive me if I sound like a broken record. However, I'm really looking forward to the next presentation. And I think I said this exact same thing on April 22nd, 2021, which hopefully will include, I know that the team's work on access and opportunity plans and expanding capacity and the application process. I know y'all have done so much work, and I'm so grateful. And like we continue to say, there's more work to do, and I can't wait for that next presentation. But in the meantime, as the team works on the fall presentation for the board, I would like for you to, again, consider the application, as you consider the application process and programming and relevancy of all of our programs and capacity and access by increasing seats in certain programs. I'd like to ask the team to consider the demand that we've had for our specialty center programs where we have declined, I believe it's 1,300 students. So I want you to look at not only the demand for the centers, and typically it's been geographically related. So what tweaks can we make so that we're better serving our students? And because we do have that data, and then the volume of students previously denied, I think we could, one of our most popular programs, for example, is the Henrico Center for the Performing Arts program. And I do believe we have capacity there. Like, this is just an example of what I'm talking about, is maybe we could add seats there. And I do know that all of our magisterials actually cover, she's snapping over here, that all of our magisterial districts do equally, I think, share the same amount of interest in that program. And that's not what I'm seeing when I look at other data for our other centers, if you understand what I'm saying. And then also, something that has come to my attention just by listening to parents talk about the application process is, and I brought this up at the April 22nd meeting, is so many of our students apply to the center, sometimes based on interest. A lot of times we would hope based on interest, but a lot of times it's based on the rigor and the points associated with that rigor
that are only available in our specialty centers, right? So we have students applying to a lot of centers, perhaps 5, 6. I don't know how many centers, but I also know that if it's not interest-driven, I feel like students then get waitlisted and other students lose opportunity because students applied to too many centers that maybe weren't interest-driven. So I don't know what this looks like that I'm asking for, but I'm just concerned that some of our students are losing opportunity because of wait lists that other students get on at different centers. Does that make sense, Mr. Baton?
Yes, ma'am, and I think what we are working on and what we hope to accomplish through a series of things, we're actually creating almost like a one-page career pathway guide for students, because part of that wait list, and when you limit the opportunities, students are just going to where they think they need to go. We need to do a better job, and part of our game plan is to have, starting at the elementary school level, and last year the board added, or actually I guess it was 2 years ago now, time flies when you're having fun, added 2 additional people in their staff to help bring that career training, not a job, but the career pathway exposure down to the elementary school level, so students can start to work through that funnel. By the time they are applying for a specialty center, they know what they're applying for and the reason they're applying for it. For instance, if you're interested in engineering, you would think, okay, well, the engineering center is the place to go. But the engineering can have multiple pathways, as we discussed today with the new center. If you're interested in agriculture engineering, then that would be a better opportunity. Or the high-tech academy is a better opportunity if you're interested in working in an industrial environment. Or if you're in medical engineering, it may be the Godwin Center or the new center that we're going to be putting at Hermitage. So we need to define the pathways better so parents and students have the opportunity to say, I like this and I can use my talents here, and this is where my passion's at. And so hopefully, instead of just all the students clumping together in one place, we're going to have more clearly defined opportunities, and they will be better spread out so they're going where they want to be.
Okay. And you just mentioned something, which I know it hasn't been widely discussed yet, but you mentioned down at the elementary school level starting to share. We already do a career exploration at that level, but there are also, we're also trying to better prepare our students for the choices that become available to them, right? Was that kind of where you were going with that? Because I don't want anyone that may watch this meeting to misunderstand that we are not trying to pigeonhole our students in elementary school for what they're going to choose to do in high school or beyond high school. So
Absolutely.
I just want to, if you could clarify
Yeah,
that for me.
absolutely not, because you don't know what you don't know. For example, so students might have a passion for something, but until they have a chance to experience that, or like in robotics, learn to code. Is that something I want to do? And they get to do something fun, and they say, hey, I really like this. And then they start to develop those opportunities that I like to think of it as a funnel. At the elementary school level, you're at the top of the funnel and everything's at your disposal. But I think it's our job as educators, and my job and our department's job as workforce and career development, to help provide those pathway definitions. So when a student gets on that, I think we've all probably met people that go to college and find out, hey, this is not what I thought it was, and then change majors, which part of that's growing and learning and exploring, but we also want to do a better job of helping students know beforehand where they're going and why they're going there. And my big thing is being able to answer the question, why? Why am I learning this? And when you start thinking about career pathways, if you can tie what you're learning to something that you can do, now it has meaning and it's a reason to learn it.
Okay, and then just again, for folks who they're seeing all these businesses and partnerships and synergies, location, why are we putting our centers where we are? If you could just once again say, I just don't want people to misunderstand that we're trying to support our students, and when they leave Henrico County Public Schools, they are really ready for their life ready for whatever comes next, and it could be global.
that it's not for a specific company located in Henrico County, that's not our goal. We're just getting students life ready.
And that's one of the big values of the industry-based certifications. They are nationally recognized certifications. So if you have your EMT certification, you can go anywhere and use that to get a job. So they're very transportable, and they're also, we like to think of it as a stackable credential. You may start out as an EMT, work there for a while, and then you're going to school at night to get your BSN and moving, so with these stackable credentials, you're opening the pathway. It's in no way limiting to just a job. And that's a perfect example is our high-tech academy. When we first started the high-tech academy, that was actually designed to support the chip manufacturing industry. Well, as we all know, that chip manufacturer that was here is no longer here, but the high-tech academy is still going strong because the career pathway is the industrial engineering applications that the students are learning.
Thank you for providing that. I just wanted folks to understand that we're not training students to go right into certain jobs located here, that they will, with certain companies, that they will be life ready anywhere they go. Thank you for that. And then just so that, because I'm not sure when, I know all of our graduates will be required to have work-based learning opportunities before they graduate. Do you know when that will start?
The standards of accreditation were changed in 2017 and went into effect for the ninth graders in 2018, so that the seniors of the graduating class of 2022 we're required to offer them the opportunity for a work-based learning opportunity, which is a very broad definition. It can be anything from apprenticeships to job shadowing. It's multiple opportunities, but it is, once again, to give those students the exposure to a career pathway and let them find out what's really involved with that.
But all students, class of 22 and beyond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. And now I have to pivot. Golly, here we go again. Projections for 2025. If you could go to the slide, there it is, capacity. Okay, so when I looked at this slide, and I thought, great, we're just skipping right ahead to 2025, and then our building won't be done, our new capacity won't be done until what? What did you say?
Well, 2023 is when the schools will open. The new specialty centers, it would take till 2025 to build out all 4 years.
Right. So anyway, so that's some time. Here in the Brooklyn district, I've had some capacity struggles, and I really needed to understand the assumptions, because the ones that you used were like, let's take away HVA, let's take away, let's subtract folks, but yet we never added any new folks in. And I know I live in the real world where I'm looking at growth that's happening in the Fairfield, it's happening in Brooklyn, it's happening in the Three Chop. And guess where it's all going? It's all going to Glen Ellen High School. So I want to know what growth was assumed there, because I missed it.
Okay. Well, based on the information that we received is that the growth for schools is expected to remain relatively flat through 2027.
Okay, given that response, I'd like to work with the staff this summer and fall to better understand why you're expecting flat growth. I just need to better understand what you are seeing that I'm not, to better understand those assumptions, because my understanding previously was that the largest group of cohorts will be going into 8th through 11th grade starting this fall. So then that as they go through high school, that's the largest groups of students that we have. And again, I'm focusing on Glen Ellen High School because that's been an issue. Capacity has been an ongoing issue in the Brooklyn district. So I really need to better understand the assumptions being used. And then
let's see, what else did I have? I think that's it for now. But thank y'all very much. I appreciate it.
Mrs. Kinsella, I just want to make sure you know, I did take note of your request, and certainly, you know, what the team has done here is only a prediction, and so there are a number of pieces that I would say are based on assumption, and including the fact that, you know, students would somehow be evenly distributed across our high schools and going to any of the new specialty centers or taking up the additional approximately 1,000 new seats in ACE. So there's certainly that's going to be, you know, no way to say this is exact, but you can see that even with opening up new seats, and I think what they wanted to show here is we still have some schools that are likely still over functional capacity. So for example, you can see Glen Allen would be in that case. So certainly we recognize that, you know, one of the questions you've asked and other board members have asked is by adding new seats, does it fix capacity issues? And while it certainly does add capacity across our high schools, you know, depending on how enrollment would play out and any number of factors like HVA that we don't have trend data for, we believe that we'd still have some spots where schools are at or over their functional capacity. And I think you pointed to this also, some that are way under. So this was our first stab at adding seats. You mentioned Henrico High School's, the potential of adding some seats there. So that may help us continue to adjust these projections as we would add even more seats than we've talked about. But certainly that's exactly what we're trying to do here is take a look at where we may still have some spots that are tight and what can we continue to do to alleviate that through program needs. But that isn't perhaps the only way to tackle some of these issues.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsella. Ms. Shea.
Thank you so much. I have so many things to say about so many parts of this, but my colleagues will be pleased that I'm going to try to limit my comments and questions to the things that I think that they are going to touch. So I know Ms. Atkins is going to be all about that Varina Center. So don't take my lack of enthusiasm, Mr. Rhodes, or my lack of questions as a lack of enthusiasm, because I saw that environmental physics class. Like, I'm pumped about that. So I'm going to try to be a little more directed with my comments and questions. So when we look at the allied health program at Hermitage, I anticipate it's going to have a lot of overlap with also the ACE offerings in that field, as well as some overlap with the Medical Sciences Center at Godwin. And so I think it's going to be really important to articulate what those differences are. And as you know, that one pager that I've been talking about and you were referring to really show the variety of options that are available in each area of interest. I think that's going to be so important, particularly for that one where there's so much close overlap. I think in those articulations, I think talking about how you can be an 8th grader and get admitted to the ACE Center for your junior and senior year, I think so many people are not aware of that, and what a great opportunity that is, being able to publicize that. And then also, you know, let's not miss the fact that attending our zoned high school, your zoned high school, also has extraordinary opportunities and extraordinary academic opportunities. And so when a specialty center fits a student's passions and desires, by all means, we want them, you know, attending and applying. But you don't have to go to a specialty center to receive a really amazing caliber education in the Henrico County. And so I don't want us to lose sight of that. But also, as we think of students attending their zoned high schools, expanding access to some of these, expanding access to some of these specialty center classes to students who aren't in this specialty program. For example, the new biostatistics class at Godwin, Ms. Donovan, I think, does a really good job in harnessing some of those opportunities and pushing them out to all the students at Godwin. And I know some of our other principals too. So looking at how we can increase access not only to our specialty centers, but for our students who are at their zone schools to be able to access some of those classes. I was delighted to hear you mention about expanding some of the existing centers when I think it was your last sentence on maybe this slide, everywhere except for Deep Run and Glen Allen would have the capacity. I think that is so important to look at. I know the centers in my district have some of the highest application rates, so in some ways it's a little bit of an outlier, but I think this is true for specialty centers in all of our districts. You know, we have a lot more highly qualified applicants than we do seats for those programs for a lot of them. And so, you know, just looking at some rough numbers from, you know, on average over the years, you know, both of my specialty centers have roughly 350 students that apply for those 50 spots. And talking with the directors of the centers and the principals and just getting a feel, we have a lot of highly qualified students who have the skills and knowledge to be successful in those centers. A lot more than 50, more than 100, right? And so as we look at expanding those seats, I think that is so important so that more students can have access to these programs that not only are they interested in, they have the skills and knowledge to be successful in. But the only way with capacity that works is if we're expanding countywide and not just picking one or two to expand. Looking at the trends, we know that there's a strong correlation between where students live geographically and the students in the centers they apply to. And so, you know, even if we expanded the center, a significant percentage of that would likely be in the homeschool. So that wouldn't be additional capacity need. But we can't just pick and choose a couple because those schools will end up to have capacity needs. So I am delighted to hear that we are looking at expanding those. I know that will be very beneficial if we follow through with that to the specialty centers in my district. Also delighted to see this capacity projection. Obviously, like Ms. Kinsella, I want to dig in more, but Freeman High School has been over capacity, and in your projection, it becomes under capacity, which has possibly some significant positive impacts for constituents in my district that have been concerned about the overcapacity and what that might mean for their redistricting. And possible next steps. So I appreciate all that. Here comes my question. All right. As we're looking at specialty centers particularly, and how they fit in with their whole school community, has there been a look into how class rank is calculated and how that compares between center and non-center students?
We've not done a study, but we've talked to administrators, teachers, students, most recently some parents, and not sure what you're asking specifically, but there is a bit of an advantage in being a part of a center with respect to certain courses that are built in that carry more weight than students who may participate in the normal school setting or the comprehensive setting, sorry.
I appreciate that. You know, this is one of the items that, you know, outside of pandemic things and redistricting, this class rank issue dealing with specialty center versus the students not in specialty center is one of the things I've gotten the most unsolicited feedback about from parents, from teachers, from counselors, from administrators. When Ms. Kinsella and I were on the lay advisory committee, it came up, every meeting?
A lot, yes.
Yeah, it came up a lot and has for years.
Ms. J, real quick, the superintendent would like to address your question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't want to cut you off, though. You're welcome to continue. I think, but to your question, you know, it is something that, as Dr. Farrell said, comes up periodically through all of our stakeholder feedback groups, student, parent, and staff, our administrators. And so, you know, I think the term Dr. Farrell used was, you know, there's an advantage, a perceived advantage, depending on what the outcome is you're looking for. So, you know, there are a lot of challenges associated with some of our specialty centers having having some weighted courses that wouldn't be available elsewhere and so on? And/or what does that do to class rankings of individuals within the same school? For example, we often have students who will come to us and say, you know, I have a 4.6. I'm not even in the top percentage of my class. So while my GPA matters and I earned that and that counts, if my rank's reported, it might be a disadvantage to me, but here I am with a 4.6. And so they're not wrong. And so this is something that, you know, as we have more access to amazing opportunities for students, and they're wonderful opportunities, we want them to continue to have. We've seen school divisions look at any number of ways to continue to offer the rigor, continue to allow students to thrive with access to those kinds of courses, and shift to the collegiate way of doing things. So we've examined early on, you know, some ways folks have tackled this, and like, for example, the Latin honors system, and there are some other ways to continue to offer these opportunities to students, but to make sure we're taking into account that it isn't always an apples and apples comparison at a school when you're looking at rank specifically. So, you know, and I didn't, again, want to cut you off as you were saying that, but certainly it's come up with stakeholders. We've done some preliminary work as an administration, but would look to the board if that's a request or something you would like to direct us to continue to dig deeper on.
Thank you, Dr. Cashwell. And as one of my principals often says, he believes that we can return to better than normal post-COVID. And that really requires thinking outside the box about things that we've always done and if they're the best way of doing it. And as we look into a deep dive on student mental health next year and in the coming years, I think it's so important that we break this escalating cycle of students taking 6 and 7 AP classes in order to get the GPA bump. I think it's negatively defining some students. It's diluting the rigor of individual AP classes, and it's fortifying the silos that our students group in. And so, Dr. Cashwell, I would like to officially request that your team look into the implications of switching to a collegiate or Latin honors system versus a class rank system. And that part of that research and feedback from stakeholders include admission counselors from the top universities in Virginia to give us that feedback. But I believe looking into this is so important. It could ameliorate that either actual or perceived rank discrepancy between specialty center and non-specialty centers students. It can empower our students to take electives and fine arts that align with their passion and not just the GPA boost. And I believe it can improve the essential quality of community in our schools that benefits all students. And so I appreciate you and your staff being open to looking into that. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shea. Ms. Ogburn.
Thank you. I'm so glad you're not excited. I mean, you know, hate to see what it would be like if she was excited. We'd have to back up. But anyway, I am, the one thing when I look at this, the one thing that makes me sad is the Deep Run yellow line and the Glen Allen yellow line haven't moved down a little bit. And I just hope we can continue to look at how we can leverage our specialty centers to help our population even out a little bit. You know, because we really, when I look at it, we've got to do something. You know, I think we're either going to have to start adding on, we're going to have to expand building something in order to make some more room, but we have room. And so I think through our specialty centers, we can even that out. Whether we add in another ACA center, I'm just plugging a few things that I think of. What do we do to, and so I challenge y'all to come up with something to move things around. But the thing when I reviewed this, the thing that impresses me the most about this is the use of the location. Like you said, location, location, location. And that to me is just the spot on way we do this with community partners, with working together to make our community and our businesses come together to support our kids and our schools. I mean, they love doing that. And so when we can make this a win-win, our community partners love it, parents love it, kids love it. But when I think about what we're going to be doing with the kids in Verona, I just kind of want to go out there and watch and take a class. I mean, it just to me is so exciting. And that location is perfect for this. So it is just such great work on our staff to put all of this together. I couldn't be happier about that and give you kudos where they are certainly due. Because, you know, one of the things we talk about is having them career ready. And when I looked at that list of the things that our kids can do after this, that is just opening up so many doors that for both centers, and that is just, it is amazing. One feedback I get from parents most often of the kids who take CTE classes, you know, not everybody wants to go to college necessarily. Not everybody they want to get to work. And so having kids come out of our CTE centers with those certifications already, my own nephew has taken classes as an adult through our programs. And just knowing what we're making available to our kids to be career ready, but also the feedback I get is they take classes in high school that let them know, did I want to do this? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. And I've had a couple of parents over the years say, thank you for saving me from a switcher. You know, because a lot of times kids will take 2 years of classes in college and then they switch majors and that adds another year of college. And so this lets them explore their passions and find out what they're interested in. So to me, we are doing our kids such a service by doing that. And also, in the end, we're helping them find their way. So it's just kudos all the way around. It's awesome stuff. So Ms. Atkins, I will turn it over to you.
Well, I am so ready.
Yeah, go right ahead. No, she's going to jump through. Yes, you bet. Go right through.
Let me just be clear. Listen, this is amazing. This is phenomenal. It deserves a round of applause and a standing ovation because what we're doing, I'm excited about both centers. Let me just be clear. I'm excited about both centers, but I am on a natural high when we're talking about the center at Verona because location is key. And, you know, I'm going to stick to my notes here so that I won't hold us, but for so long, I just think that there's so many archaeological potential opportunities that's going to transform Henrico County. And I see it, I see the vision of it, the opportunity to look at that dump that's down the road and research that and look at all the beauty that surrounds it, whether you're talking about agricultural runoff, whether you're talking about the trees that have been in the community since John Rolfe came there. There's going to be so many things to explore, and there are going to be careers that do not exist today that these kids are going to be prepared for tomorrow. And that's what we want. We want to be able to prepare students for the careers that exist that we see and we feel and we touch, and the careers that we don't know the titles to. But from an educational perspective, they'll have the capacity, the aptitude, and the attitude to pursue them. And I just want to thank you because you're making that possible. You and your teams, this is something that was a vision that you're bringing to fruition. I don't know any other facility except for the ones that we visited in Virginia Beach. So we have the opportunity to do it better. I'm going to say that publicly. We have the opportunity to do it better because we can. So I'm going to get that out. I needed to get all that energy out. So everyone watching, I just want you to know it's been in me for about a month now, and it just feels good to be able to release it. Now I'll go to some of my questions. The first question I have is, what's being done to better understand how to promote and market? This is new, so it feels like it's going to need a new approach. I'm not sure if what we've done traditionally in marketing our centers will be as healthy for something like this. Some of the terms that we even used on the screen in some communities will just go just like that. So I'm wondering what are we going to do to be able to market in a way that's attractive for families and students?
Right, so once we're able to identify a center director, we'll begin a process of a full-on promotional blitz, social media, videos, being out in the community, inviting folks to the school, maybe having some different events at some of these different outside locations just to really engage folks and what the learning is going to look like. And just, of course, our website, just really blow it up as much as possible in a way that we've never done it before, because to your point, we said the same thing because we worked on it. Credit to Dan Stukes and Eric Rhodes behind us. But we have a better understanding of what this all entails. But it is going to be important that we really educate our community about this in a way that we haven't done it before, because I think about some of the capacity issues. And I believe that if we do this right, which we will, and we'll be the best, Ms.
Yes,
Atkins.
we will.
Yes, we will. We'll pull students from all across the county. Furthest West End School, we're going to get them out to Verina because this is so special, and we're going to promote it in that way. So full media blitz once we're able to, move forward and start to promote the center.
One thought I had was, I wonder if it would make sense to pull some students together and learn the terminology that they use for the same exact thing as some of the words on the screen. As I looked at the careers, other words that students use to describe that, it might be wise to learn what that lingo is and tie it to the specific verbiage that we plan to market with, so that when they start to see some of the marketing and promotion, they're going to tie it to the lingo that they would use in their communities. I said agricultural runoff. I've been using some of these words with students, and the student was like, "You're just talking about the garbage." I was like, "I'm not talking about garbage. I'm talking about agricultural runoff." He said, "Yeah, that's the garbage. That's what we call it when we walk up and down Deep Bottom." Things like that are important when you're marketing. It's not meant to mean trash. It's meant for pollution. So my point is, if we grab some students and understand the language that they're using to describe what we're talking about using different words, it may be a great connection point, specifically with families as well. So that's just a thought to explore. The other piece is around the communication center at Verina. I know enrollment is declining, so I want to learn more about what efforts are happening around the refresh. I know we're refreshing some of the equipment. So can you share more on what that effort looks like? And before you respond to that, something that students are sharing is around gaming and wanting to know, can gaming be included in the communication center? Because that's one way that they communicate. With the headsets, they're having full-blown conversations about, it's really coding too. Let me just acknowledge that. But I'm wondering if gaming fits into that space or not, and has that been explored?
We haven't really looked at gaming, but I will tell you some examples of some of the things we're trying to do. For instance, last Saturday, a group of Verina students were actually at the Woodland Cemetery. They had an event at Woodland Cemetery, and they're starting to document the history as well as the future of that. So in the past, where it focused in more on the literature aspect of communications, what we're trying to do is the literature aspect still needs to be there, but how do you take that and bring it into the 21st century through the digital marketing, digital media opportunities that are out there? And when we met with the group, what was it, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we actually had people, because the other thing about the communications center, we've dealt with the communications center and we think of it as that community, but communications in today's world is everywhere all the time, anytime.
Yes.
And so that's why bringing, California to us and taking us to California through that media opportunity and exposure, we're opening the doors. And so when I say that we're not throwing away what we've started, but how do you expand on those goals and get into the things that, as you said, the careers that are out there now in the marketing, is basically a communication career in marketing. And, gaming, like you say, is a piece of that. But once again, it's the coding behind the gaming, and the marketing of a website is the coding of building a website. So it's creating the multiple pathways within the center. So a student may come in and be very astute in writing literature pieces that could be in a magazine, but someone else has got to be the person that codes it and markets that so someone will read that piece of information. So by opening the doors to different pathways, we're going to bring students in, hopefully, that will be excited about the other opportunities in the communication fields.
I'm taking notes.
And if I could just add, Ms. Atkins, we've begun a process of connecting with folks in the industry to identify those really attractive pathways that perhaps we don't offer currently at Verina High School.
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually had a couple of conversations, and I'll continue those conversations with a few news reporters because I wanted to better understand from them as a reporter, understanding how their career is changing, where in the past they had to have the script. Well, now it's a phone, or sometimes it's nobody, but when you get into the room, it's all imagery. And so I'm delighted to hear that we are talking with others that are in the industry and learning from them. How are they keeping their skills fresh so that we can take that information and bring it back into the curriculum, into future careers? The other piece, can you share with me what we're doing with the equipment? What does that look like as far as refreshing?
Well, and that's going to be part of the budget process as we move forward. Right. But part of that is to make sure that the equipment, while it drives the center, if the focus of the center is changing, what's going to be the right equipment to budget for? And that's where we have to rely on our business partners to give us as we said, help us see the future and where we need to go.
So I'm going to pause and I'll just process what you've said, and I'll come back, not in a public forum, but I'll come back and share with both of you my thoughts on the equipment. But Dr. Cashwell?
Yeah, I was just going to make sure you knew we had noted that and look forward to following up on it. I think as both have shared, they're in the beginning stages of talking about resurfacing, I think was the term you used, the road term, to go with their theme, but the refresh, looking at all of our specialty centers, but particularly the communication center. There's some really exciting work happening as they've engaged some industry experts. I think they mentioned California, but I mean some leading experts in the field to really think about how to enhance that center, resurface it. And I think once we've nailed some of those pieces down, then the equipment needs would become more evident. So I think they didn't want to put the cart before the horse, but we do anticipate, whether it's upgrading what's there or making a shift to adjust and bring in something that may not currently be there to meet the direction they're headed. But we're excited to update you as we make some progress on the specialty center resurfacing work.
And then my last question, and I think you may have shared the response to it already, but we're at 6 o'clock and my brain may not be able to recall it, is around transportation. I know one of the things when I think about students, for example, you can live in Verina or Highland Springs and be in ACA and still takes you maybe 45 minutes to get to the school that you can drive to in 10. So is transportation a part of the conversation as we talk about expansion?
Yes, it's one of those pieces that we sort of talk about in the background and looking at how we can expand these opportunities to students and also make it more efficient for them to be able to get to these different locations.
Fantastic. And will you guys be sharing more about that in upcoming months about what transportation looks like? I know that it's difficult because we do not manage it per se, but I think that we certainly want to talk about the hub situation. That is just improvement is necessary, required. I think if I went back and looked at emails around something that families want improved, it is the hub situation, making sure it's adequately staffed, making sure that there are safe spaces at the hubs, and then in speaking with bus drivers as well, making sure that there's staff to watch the students. So I'm looking forward to more information around as we expand and increase numbers, making sure that we're taking care of that transportation piece too. So thank you for that.
And I will say we're very excited to work with Mr. Ellis and Mr. Roy. Mr. Ellis has brought a new way of looking at solving some of the problems. And so he is very creative, and the other piece that we will continue, one of the speed bumps that they have to deal with is recruiting bus drivers, which I look at CTE as a way to help solve that as well, which is something else we're working on in the background. So as we can work with, he has a vision to help solve those problems as well.
Thank you. Let me cut my mic back on. Thank you for that, and I look forward for more.
Ms. Kinsella.
Yes, I'd just like to circle back to what Ms. Shea said about class rank. And just to highlight, I know she focused on a different side of it. I don't believe she mentioned how concerned we all are about mental health in general, especially when we come back in the fall. But I think mental health and class rank and the stress and the anxiety our students suffer needs to be a part of the conversation as well. And if we head in this direction, which I think we're going to, but I think Reverend Cooper will probably ask the board, right? Won't you ask if we're all in agreement? Okay. Anyway, and if we do head in this direction, we all know how important feedback is from our community stakeholders, that it's important we give the students and families ample opportunity to give us feedback. If we are going, and should, wherever the conversation goes, if we choose to phase out class rank, students and families need plenty of time to adjust to it as we phase it out. I mean, I just wanted to be clear, there would be a phase out if any decision was made. Correct, Dr. Cashwell?
Well, certainly what I'm hearing, we certainly heard from one board member already, but if it's the will of the board that you're directing staff to take a look at this, we would certainly bring back a plan that would look at stakeholder feedback, certainly a lengthy process. We'd want to do it right to provide you the information and a path forward that's reflective of, again, stakeholder feedback and takes into consideration an implementation that honors students who are currently, in programs in high school and has sort of a phased-in look. And we would also, of course, research how others have handled this. But absolutely, if that's the will of the board, would certainly look forward to doing that.
Yeah, you good? So thank you so much, Mrs. Kinsella. Quick question, Dr. Farrell, as it relates to preparing our students at the middle school level, could you speak again to the intentional efforts that will be taken to increase the enrollment of the historically marginalized students in gifted advanced courses and academically oriented enrichment programs, specifically with early identification, providing the necessary supports, improving the application process guidelines to expand access as well as awareness improvement about the opportunities early to our families about specific programming?
Right. So I think Mr. Baden spoke about this earlier in terms of starting in elementary school. And that education is really more about educating the families, the parents of those students, about what the journey looks like K through 12 in Henrico County Public Schools. So getting information to people in a more timely fashion so they're able to start to plan their students' personal journey through Henrico County Public Schools. I think in some respects, just being completely honest, some communication, may be a little spotty, but in working together, Mr. Baten and I, and also with the principals at the other levels, middle school and high school, and also school counseling, that's something that we have a plan to strengthen to ensure that, all families have access to the same information. And of course, we will rely on our school counselors to work with students and families to help them plan their pathways through elementary, middle, and high school so that they are prepared to pursue these advanced course opportunities.
Well, I appreciate that because again, we want to be as proactive and not as reactive to it. And it just, again, being consistent with our equity and our equality in regards to opportunities for our families. One of the problems of going last is that they say a lot of what you want to say. So my peers have covered so much ground. But I do share their enthusiasm, specifically about the entirety of the presentation, not just one particular portion, but I'm just enthusiastically, excitedly waiting to see the next steps. And I know that our division is going to be better forward. So thank you both again, and to your team and to your staff for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cashwell.
I echo the thanks. The journey continues. We're so glad they picked that theme. I can almost hear some journey music in the background and everything. The wheels are turning and all of that. All right, thank you very much. I know we had some folks in the background there too, and I want to echo my thanks to everyone and many who are not represented here in this room and at the podium who have had a hand in this high school redesign work, including our high school administrators and many of their teams. All right, the next item I have for you is a quick look or an overview at the ESSER III grant award, and this is really in advance of us formally bringing a spending plan to the board in August. So obviously we're not at that point yet, but just wanted to kind of preview with the talk out there about ESSER III, sort of what we know now and where we're headed. So Mr. Wack, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, board members. John Wack, Chief Financial Officer, and just a brief overview. Only a couple hours to talk about our elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, more specifically our ESSER III federal grant award. Much of the material I'm about to present, you may recall seeing back in April, but this is, again, more specific to our ESSER III grant. So to recap, our first tranche of ESSER funds was $9.45 million that we can spend through September of 2022. Just this Tuesday, the Board of Supervisors appropriated our $34.87 million ESSER II grant award. Those funds can be spent through September 2023. So today we're going to just highlight the $78.32 million award of ESSER III funds that can be spent through September of 2024. To recap the purpose and use of these funds, they are emergency relief funds intended to address the impact of COVID-19 on elementary and secondary schools. The allowable uses are articulated in the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. These funds can take the place of state or local funds for any allowable activities, and the full list of allowable uses is spelled out in Attachment D to Superintendent's Memo 11021, which was dated April 30th. Some new specific uses that are outlined in that superintendent's memo. We need to note that at least 20% of the award must be reserved to address learning loss among students. One new thing highlighted in ESSER III is providing mental health services and supports through the implementation of full service community schools. Some other uses that continue to be highlighted are summer learning and supplemental after-school programs, and repairing and/or improving school facilities to reduce the risk of virus transmission and support student health. When we received our notification from the Virginia Department of Education, there are some requirements that are being made of all school divisions. First, all school divisions must post a plan for safe return to in-person instruction on their websites. We did do that by the June 1st deadline. That has been completed. We are to develop the spending plan in consultation with stakeholders and also to consider a public comment. We need to post our spending plan on our website by August 1st. And submit our application by September 1st of 2021. The basic timeline, again, I highlighted the April 30th notification from the Virginia Department of Education of our $78.32 million award, along with the new application requirements. So today we're just here to present an overview of how the process will work. So during the month of July, we will be taking into account stakeholder input to develop a spending plan, which we plan to post on August 1st. I would note that the guidance from the Virginia Department of Education, particularly around new construction, continues to evolve, so we will be taking that into account. There have been multiple webinars, including one yesterday afternoon. So as required, we will post our spending plan on August 1st, and we'll be back at the August 12th work session to present the overall spending plan for ESSER 3 that staff is recommending. So at the August 26th school board meeting, we do anticipate holding a public hearing and taking into account additional comment on that plan. So it will be reviewed at 2 separate school board meetings, and then we would submit our application to the Virginia Department of Education based on school board approval on September 1st. So subsequent to that, we would, once we have approval from the school board, we would be seeking appropriation from the Board of Supervisors in September.
If I might add clarity to one thing Mr. Wack noted before you finish up, and anything we would be posting would be a proposed spending plan, right? Because we would still be seeking the board's feedback. VDOE would have to officially approve it. So when we're saying posting the plan, simply it would be a proposed or a draft spending plan.
That would be the draft spending plan. That of course, we could amend going into April and heading into September 1st. But there's just finish up by highlighting the actual ESSER 3 award memo from the Virginia Department of Education, and the full list of allowable uses. Those are posted on the VDOE websites. So that was my brief overview. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wack. Ms. Atkins? Ms. Ogburn?
Just a quick comment. I'm just so glad that we're going to have funds for a couple of years. I mean, I've had comments just this week of parents who are concerned about what, summer school we're offering this year might disappear next year. And so I'm just, and I've indicated to anyone I've talked to that this is ongoing support, especially for the remediation. I remember early on in the pandemic, we talked about how this is going to take ongoing support of kids to overcome some learning loss, and I'm glad we're dedicating funds to it. So that's all for me.
Ms. Shea?
And I would note one award that is not on the screen here. We did receive an award, $987,000 just this week from the Virginia Department of Education. It's going to be considered ESSER 2 set-aside funds for remediation. So that's something else we're going to be working on and bringing back to the school board in August. But the award didn't allow time for us to introduce that today.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Ogburn. Mrs. Kinsella?
Yes, thank you for highlighting this. I think as you've heard a number of times today, how this is summer and a lot of people are disconnecting. So as we're looking at feedback from stakeholders in response to the plan or what they would like for us to spend money on, how do we, what does that look like? I mean, I know we just did our climate surveys and we have information from our students and families, but what does this process look like? Maybe Dr. Cashwell, if you may?
Yeah, happy to speak to that. So in developing our draft spending plans, we're absolutely going to take into account stakeholder feedback we've already got, right? So we just saw an outline of our annual survey that had a lot of really helpful information to help us lift up areas we need to improve that parents and students and even our staff have identified. So we can certainly use that as a guide, and that would be in addition to other sources of information that we have from our advisory groups. And then, thinking also about, our typical budget hearing process and public input, those would all be available as well. To your point, the timeline as the VDOE has lined it up doesn't allow us a runway. But I think the VDOE's intent is simply that we make sure that we're taking stakeholders into account, which that's common practice for us with or without that guideline from VDOE, but we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we maximize opportunities given the short runway into the VDOE's deadline for application.
Thank you. And then other than that, I just want to once again go on the record and state that I am interested in supports for the secondary level, particularly in resources for reading and math coaching and social services and the mental health supports. Just once again, throwing that out there to make sure we have money for those. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Wack. Dr. Cashwell?
All right, thank you. We look forward to bringing you more information in August related to ESSER 3. All right, the next items are consent items, so they can be taken in a block, and I am seeking your approval of the following: the acceptance of the monthly financial statement and budgetary status report for the month ending May 31, 2021, acceptance of the monthly financial statement for school nutrition services for the month ending May 31, 2021, the approval of the personnel items previously shared, approval of members to a second term of the Henrico Education Foundation, the adoption of a resolution authorizing the superintendent to accept or reject resignations after June 15th, the adoption of a resolution permitting the superintendent to reassign teachers, assistant principals, and principals within the school division for the 2021-2022 school year as is annually adopted, as well as the adoption of a resolution appointing fiscal agent and deputy fiscal agent for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cashwell. Board members, is there a motion to accept the consent items?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Shea. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kinsella. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. The consent items are approved. Madam, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that concludes items from the superintendent. Thank you.
All right, so I noticed that some persons came in. Are you all here for the public forum? Okay. We called names, but what I will do, since you did show up and we are at a point where I will allow you all to come. Let me read something real quick, if I could. Citizens have signed up in advance. Speakers were given 2 minutes to address the school board. We will follow the sign-up sheet, and the board will not hear from speakers who have not signed up in advance. Those who have signed up to speak may not relinquish their spot to someone else, and only one member of each household reserves a spot to speak. So let me recall, is Mr. Posey Douglas here? Mr. Douglas Posey here? Emily Van Fossen? Everton Joseph. So did you all sign up? And no speakers? Okay, good. Okay, great. Thank you.
We were going a second round in case those came.
Thank you so much, Madam Superintendent. Thank you so much. Board members, next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from May 13th, 2021 work session, May 20, 2021 work school board governance meeting, and the May 27th, 2021 work session?
So moved.
Then moved by Mrs. Shea. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Ogburn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. I'm sorry, those opposed? The ayes have it. Board members, is there any unfinished business? All right, hearing none, we have some new business. First item on the agenda for new business is the naming of Varina High School football field, football stadium, and football field house. Ms. Atkins, I yield to you.
Colleagues, I am seeking your approval for naming Varina High School football field and football stadium in honor of Mr. James Dawkins, and naming the football field house in honor of Mr. Woodrow Sanderford. Edith Wharton said, "There are two ways of spreading light, to be the candle or the mirror that reflects it." These two legends, Mr. Dawkins, who have gone on to glory, and Mr. Sanderford, who is still with us, are examples of that light, the candle and spreading it and being the mirror as well. When you listen to someone talk about either of them, or Google their names, or perhaps you've been blessed by both of their smiles, you understand what an inspiration they are. They are excellent examples of giving back, excellent examples of love to students and staff and their communities. And we know that there's power in a name. And to have them honored and their names on these facilities is important to the Varina District. I want to read a few statements from the proposal that I received from Principal Thompson of Varina High School. Mr. James Dawkins was a Blue Devil student and lifelong employee at Varina High School. He worked up to his last days, making Varina High School a better place. His job title was custodial staff, but this human, this mentor, this individual that fed the homeless and the hungry was so much more. Mr. James is how he's known. He was a historian as well. If you know him, you know what that means. He knew so much about Varina. He was a funny storyteller and a friend for generations. Another response, Mr. James created a space at Varina for everyone. You felt safe. If you were here early, James was here. If you were here late, James was here. If you were here on a Saturday or Sunday after homecoming, James was here. He was here with a smile, a joke, a kind word, and help you make the day just go by. His drive to see students at their best and teach them about giving back to those less fortunate was humbling. It is evident that every person on a campus is a teacher. And now I move forward with responses about Woodrow Sandiford, also known as Coach Woody. Coach Woody is a name that everyone in Varina knows. I first met him when he was a substitute for my chemistry class in high school, where I learned a lot about him in a short time. I later learned just how big of an impact Coach Woody had on the Varina school and community. When anyone says the name Woody in the Varina community, you immediately know they are referring to Woody Sandiford. He has been an iconic figure for many years. There is no one else like him. I had 3 children graduate from Varina High School, and they are very fond of him. He still asks how they are whenever I see him. And the last one, there are many, but I'm only sharing a few, and this is the last one that I will share. He has dedicated so many years to students and athletes at Varina. Woody never had any children of his own, but he affectionately refers to all the players that he's worked with as his sons. Woody arrives at Varina most days around 10 a.m., goes right to the field house, and makes sure things are ready for the guys coming down to get ready for practice, a game, or afternoons. And I'm going to add, many may not know, but he gives financially, he shares his spirit, and if you're in the community and you happen to go to the Food Lion on New Market Road, you may see him there talking about Varina High School to any and everyone who wants to listen, because that's who he is. He is Varina. And again, colleagues, I ask approval for naming Varina High School football field and football stadium in honor of Mr. James Dawkins, and naming the football field house in honor of Mr. Woodrow Sandiford.
Thank you so much, Ms. Atkins, for sharing those sentiments and those wonderful words. Board members, you have heard Mrs. Atkins' request. Is there a motion to name Varina High School football field, football stadium, and football field house?
So moved.
It has been properly moved by Mrs. Shea. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Kinsella. All in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion has been carried. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a good item. It's a great item. It's the amendment to the superintendent's contract. Before we vote on the amendment, I just want to make a statement on behalf of my peers. I speak on behalf of the board publicly to commend Dr. Cashwell for unprecedented leadership since taking the helm of Henrico County Public Schools almost exactly 3 years ago. It was clear then, and it's even more clear now, that we have an A+ superintendent in Henrico County. Leadership is about making difficult, sometimes unpopular decisions. The past year has been full of enough difficult choices to last a lifetime. Dr. Cashwell has made those decisions carefully, clearly, concisely, thoughtfully, with an open mind and a caring heart, as she constantly and continuously listens to what our employees, our students, our families, and stakeholders are telling us they need. Dr. Cashwell's vision for the long-term success of our school division is unparalleled. There isn't anyone I know, and I hopefully know that we know, can do this impossibly difficult task and job better than she can. With that in mind, my peers and I have analyzed the market for the ambitious amount of responsibility and accountability that we expect of our superintendent in Henrico County. Dr. Cashwell has served this community for substantially less than what her counterparts receive in neighboring localities. She has never, ever once commented or complained or asked for a raise. That's not who she is. This board wanted to act. We believe there isn't a better superintendent in all of Virginia. And today we continue to show our faith and our support in Dr. Cashwell's leadership through the good times and the difficult times. This is our decision today. And today we decided to amend her contract and to raise her salary to $255,622.18. This adjustment is also about remaining competitive in the market. As much as we enjoy and benefit from her leadership, the truth is that someday a future board will need to search for Dr. Cashwell's successor. Henrico will only be able to attract the best candidates if it demonstrates and sustains a commitment to educational leadership. And that's what this board is doing today. To make good news even better, we as a school board don't have to do this alone. We thank the Henrico County Board of Supervisors, County Manager John Patokis for funding this adjustment so that no HCPS funding will be redirected as a result of this action. Dr. Cashwell, I speak on behalf of each of my peers by saying to you publicly, thank you for your continued excellence and service to the employees, students, families, and citizens of Henrico County. That being said, I'm going to ask my vice chair to make the motion, and then anyone else can second it. Is there a motion to approve the third amendment to the superintendent's employment agreement?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Shea. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Kinsella. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Ms. Atkins. Aye. Ms. Ogburn.
Absolutely.
Ms. Shea.
Aye.
Ms. Kinsella.
Aye.
And I vote aye. We have unanimous ayes. The amendment to the superintendent's employment agreement has been approved. Can we give her a hand clap if you don't mind?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and the staff and guests that are here, your support, it's definitely moved me, as you can see. I'm so grateful and honored to continue to serve the Henrico community as your superintendent. There's truly no greater honor, and it is such a pleasure to serve with this board, alongside this board, and your confidence and support means so much. So I'll keep my remarks brief, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cashwell, for all that you do. Next item on the agenda is selection of delegate and alternate delegate to the 2021 VSBA Delegate Assembly. Who is attending? Is anyone attending? All right, so Ms. Ogburn is our delegate.
Is it, I was hoping there was somebody else.
Going to see everybody who's attending and then figure it out.
Yep.
I am.
Are you attending the conference?
Are you going to
Conference
VSBA?
I'd like to attend, but the delegate meeting happens prior to, there's some delegate assignments before the conference.
Okay, so,
That's what we're doing, right,
We're doing delegate, but yes.
right.
all right, so can I have a volunteer to be the delegate?
I don't mind.
Okay.
I've done it before, I don't
All
mind
right,
doing
so,
it. Unless somebody else is chomping at the bit.
I was,
I'll be your alternate.
I was going to say I'd be the alternate. I did it last year. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Ms. Shea, will you be the alternate? All right, so is that, do I hear a nomination for Ms. Mickey Ogburn has been nominated, and then Mrs. Marcy Shea has been nominated for the alternate delegate?
Thought I heard Christy. I'm a bit confused in our conversation. Christy,
I was
did you
just going to say, I was the delegate last year. Mrs. Shea was the alternate. I was going to volunteer this year if no one else did, just
Okay.
because.
Okay, so would you like to be the alternate?
No, Mrs. Shea stepped forward.
Okay.
So I'm fine with that.
Atkins, do you have interest in being the alternate?
Interest? Ms.
I
Atkins?
did have interest, but no, I mean,
No, go
it's
ahead.
fine.
Good.
I was the alternate last year. You go.
Okay, I'll take that.
Sounds good. All right. So, board members, may I have a motion to recognize Mickey Ogburn as our delegate and Alicia Atkins as our alternate delegate?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Shea. Is there a second?
Okay, all right.
Is there a second?
A second?
Seconded by Ms. Kinsella. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. And Mickey Ogburn will serve as our delegate, and Ms. Alicia Atkins will serve as the alternate delegate. Thank you so much. Thank you both for representing our board and our school division at the assembly.
No problem.
Board members, is there any other new business? All right. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
I'm just going to say a quick thank you to those that have volunteered to be on the HEF board. We actually approved them in our consent items. So these are members who are coming and doing a second term, so I just want to thank them. And the board has also, and staff, received information on our fundraiser dinner this fall to honor the Facebook Data Center and the fundraiser golf tournament, which this board has consented to support once again. So just thank you all for all of that, and just look at that dinner and golf tournament.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ogburn. Next item on the agenda is the announcement of meeting dates. The school board's next meeting will be a work session scheduled on Thursday, August the 12th, 2021 at 1 p.m. in the New Bridge Learning Center Auditorium. The meeting time may be adjusted if needed. This meeting is adjourned.